How's it going? Kriparian here. Today I want to give you guys another Path of Exile 2 video where I go over the overall
Stream
update
limits.
of Zero.
Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost is now live streaming Path of Exile digital scammers counter so far new patch
Amount
today.
of damage taken from mana before life, or just playing Mind Over Matter, or just playing Cloak of Defiance. This is like the best charm in the game. And again, I want to point out, criminally underrated. Like I recommended it to one of my PoE favorite streamers, and they didn't even know this item existed. Okay, so like really underused. A really big one. This one is pretty popular, but most people don't really understand why. So, resist scepters. So resist scepters are incredibly strong in PoE because they do not cost supports on the aura. So in my case, I have Purity of Fire. You can get 6 sockets by using a Perfect Jeweler on the item now. So that's how I have a level 18 with 6 sockets. And there are many different kinds of scepters. And a lot of them have bonuses, a lot of them have kind of like buffs. But specifically, the Resist Fire, Resist Cold, Resist Lightning, or Resist Chaos Scepters, I'll show you guys that one in a second. Those effects, if you put something that normally has a cost, like Cool Headed, so you're going to have 71 Spirit. If I take that off, I still have 71 Spirit. It says Additional Reservation, 15. So, initially, we thought this was a bug. When Path of Exile 2 first came out, this is how these worked. And Discipline also worked this way, and I'm pretty sure Malice also worked this way, which are other kinds of scepters. And then in 0.2, they made none of them work. So in 0.2, all of these supports incurred cost on all of the auras. In 0.3, specifically the Resist Scepters, so the Shrine Scepters, they once again had it free. And honestly, I don't think it's a bug, because it looks like it's quite deliberate that they made it work this way. Also, if it didn't work this way, nobody would use these resistance auras. Straight up. Also, in 0.5, they said that they made it so skills that don't have a cost still have like an inherent baseline cost, so they don't make everything free in terms of multiplication supports. And that was to kind of, you know, fix some of the crazy shenanigans with Archmage. And we thought these scepters would kind of get the windfall nerf from that. They didn't. So it really does look like this is an intentional mechanic. Possibly they've even confirmed that's an intentional mechanic. And this makes these resist scepters incredibly powerful. Because if you look at the supports that I have, and these are all useful supports. So I have 15 Spirit, 20 Spirit, 15 Spirit, 30 Spirit, and 40 Spirit, right? So that is like 120 or 130 Spirit just because I'm using that aura. And you still do also receive the buff yourself. I also want to point out that my character currently uses 20 or 130 Spirit, right? So that is like 120 or 130 Spirit just because I'm using that aura. And you still your 40 Spirit, right? So that is like 120 or 130 Spirit just because I'm using that aura. And this makes these resist scepters incredibly powerful. That's an intentional mechanic. Look, like this is an intentional mechanic again with Archmage, and we thought these scepters would kind of get the windfall nerf from that. They didn't. So it really does look like this is an intentional mechanic. Possibly they've even confirmed that's an intentional mechanic. And this makes these resist scepters incredibly powerful. Because if you look at the supports that I have, and these are all useful supports. So I have 15 Spirit, 20 Spirit, 15 Spirit, 30 Spirit, and 40 Spirit, right? So that is like 120 or 130 Spirit just because I'm using that aura. And you still do also receive the buff yourself. I also want to point out that my character currently has the Trusted Kinship allocated. So those like combined list of supports is actually otherwise going to cost me about 150, 160 Spirit, which is like totally unobtainable. Like I cannot get that. And these are all very useful. You know, having Clarity to a huge amount of regen, vitality, life regen, upwelling is almost always up, 50 minion damage, less shock duration, less ignite duration. It's just completely insane. And it is also why you see the Palm Scepters extremely popular. It's not just that they're very good scepters, they just give you this effect. You very often see characters not using two-handed weapons. Instead, they use a one-handed weapon and a scepter. So you get the spirit in order to use like an extra aura, like you can use Trinity or something like that. The palm scepters specifically, they have damage as extra, which is extremely strong. There's also the Sacred Flame, which is off of Arbiter, which has even other crazier effects. And you get the effect of a Shrine, which is very good, but all the palm scepters are also these resist aura scepters, so you get to use all of these supports for free. And again, you can use a Greater Jeweler to get 6 sockets on. They actually buffed these. And again, this is the same for the Chaos one. Palm of the Dreamer, SSF, crazy for me, I know. But yes, also is one of the reasons why this is so powerful. Another one that I want to kind of go over is it's not so much like an item specifically. It's that at one point when you have a really powerful character, it's almost always better to lower your damage in order to increase your speed. So, you know, I kind of recommend this. I knew this would be the case on this kind of character. The suffix that you see the last line there, so companions have increased attack speed. So I've tried to get quite a bit of damage on my spear because 60% of it goes to my minions. But honestly, if I take this off and I use like a Trench Timber plus 2 skills to minions, it's slightly more DPS. But the DPS is not that relevant because, you know, when I get the monkey out, first of all, the monkey will still one-shot pretty much anything. But it's not so much that he'll one-shot anything and just being faster is better. It also just like does like a lot of stuns, and the amount of time it takes through that first swing is also competing with the amount of time that the other monsters need to attack me back. So speed trumps damage. Okay, doing less damage but having higher speed in your damage is better than just doing more damage. And that can be a pretty backwards thing, especially in a game like Path of Exile, where some people use like POB to kind of min-max the overall DPS at the end of the day. In terms of actual character effectiveness, speed really is just more important than overall DPS in almost every single case. So something to keep in mind. Again, I see so many people just not using this affix on their minion Spirit Walker characters, and it is just insane. You know, people watch me play. I have a monkey with some pretty powerful affixes, but none of them are speed related. And they literally can't believe how fast my monkey is. Like, I don't know if I can show you guys here. So my monkey's attack time is like 1 second. So it has over 100% attack speed. And if I use just a single Pain Offering, you know, 0.86 attack time. It's like over 100 attack speed on the monkey. Right, just so crazy for actually playability. Another one that I kind of want to point out, I'm still working on it on my own, but this will probably be pretty common knowledge, but because they made the change at the start of the season and they added the minion catalyst just a few days ago, so you can actually snapshot item quality. Right now I have like defensive catalysts, but there are minion catalysts. So I could get 20% minion catalyst, and it would do nothing for the minion skill levels. But if I get it to 34%, or I think it's 36%, I don't know, 34 I think, it would actually take the minion skills from 3 to 4. And the idea is that that affix that increases the quality is called a Breach Essence. I get lost in my tabs now. It's not in the Breach tab. So Essence of the Breach removes a random modifier. It is a prefix, and for jewelry it allows plus 20 max quality. If you get the quality over the normal maximum of 20 and then remove this, it actually still keeps the quality at that value. This is something that might change, but it is really popular right now. So like this amulet here, I'm trying to kind of make that work and get this to a +4 minion skill levels. I'll try to get the quality to 34, 36, whatever it is, get to 4, And then this particular affix is a level 1 affix. So when you use a Whittling Omen and a Chaos Orb, you always remove it, and that allows you to put in another crafted modifier afterwards. You'll see a lot of this if you're puzzled how people have so many skill levels on their amulets. There's some more shenanigans that you do, but we'll keep it SSF at least for this video. And yeah, hopefully I've given you guys some tips to take your builds to that next level. And just a lot of things to keep in mind when you're looking at other players' builds. It's especially true right now because it's kind of like the first major wave of rerolls. A lot of time you'll look up a build or you'll look up some characters and they won't have a lot of these optimizations. So just knowing some of them can make a pretty big difference in character power. Hope you enjoyed the video. I'll see you next time.
Yes.
Can't believe I have to do this. You would think that one of the most popular games in the last decade, a game that has broken sales records, that has become the second most played game in Steam history twice now, that is still averaging higher player counts than the vast majority of live service games, even some of those live service games combined, that is still in the top 10 most played games on Steam right now, even a month later. You would think that that would be the most widely discussed and widely celebrated game in the games industry, but it's not. That's right. Nobody's reviewed it. They happily covered the controversies, the lawsuit, the plagiarism accusations, all the drama surrounding the game. They had absolutely no problem with putting a permanent number attached to the game in early access. But they immediately fell silent the minute that this game finally made it to full release. And it's because they're embarrassed. They're afraid of what this game means. And they have no idea why it's exact. Something that I think is honestly pretty obvious when you look at it, because we have an industry that's become so cynical. These $70 games that are adorned with microtransactions, all these self-serious Hollywood wannabe games that are out there, and a lot of game critics that wish that they were movie critics in a lot of cases, and a game that is priced in a way that basically anybody can afford, that's made in a way that anybody can play, and it's filling a void that AAA has left open for years. And I don't think people can stand it. So today, I'm going to do something that I have not done in a very long time. I'm going to review Power World because nobody else wanted to. The industry didn't want to. So I'm going to be talking about why one of the most popular games in the past decade is not being discussed. I'm going to talk about my experience playing the game with over 300 hours of experience playing it, and why so many people just don't seem to understand why. It's now been a month since Power World reached 1.0, and a month later, it is still one of the top 3 most played games on Steam, regularly peaking at over 400,000 concurrent players on Steam. According to Analytics, Power World has now sold more than 30 million copies worldwide and generated over $700 million in revenue, despite being developed for less than $7 million by a relatively unknown studio from Japan with amateur developers. The closest comparisons in the past decade are Cyberpunk 2077, Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, and Hogwarts Legacy. 4 of the biggest, most successful, and most widely discussed games in the industry. So you would think that Power would be one of the most heavily covered games in existence. I mean, this is a genuine rags to riches story, an unknown studio that just made one of the biggest games of all time for practically peanuts. But it isn't. I didn't really notice this until I was streaming the other week, and I had realized that I hadn't seen anybody that was posting reviews for the finished game. So I went and looked, and sure enough, it appears like Games Media is just flat out refusing to review Power World. A month after release, it only has 13 critic reviews on Metacritic, with only IGN and BGC being the only 2 major outlets that bothered to cover it. OpenCritic has 30 reviews, but only 9 of them are actually from 2026, the rest are from 2024. Nearly every major outlet was willing to review this game and score Power World during its early access when it was unfinished, but almost none of them returned to update those scores when this game finally reached 1.0. I just want to point out the absolute hypocrisy here. Notice how quickly these guys are to play favorites. When Bungie asked them to hold off their marathon reviews until more content was added, they waited and came back with glowing reviews. But when it comes to an unknown studio like Pocket Pair, they had no problem immediately handing an unfinished game a permanent score and never walking back. These people had absolutely no issue with covering the lawsuit with Nintendo, accusing the game of plagiarism, or losing their minds over the fact that Pocket Pair CEO expressed any optimism over the potential uses of AI in game development. They spent 2 years dragging Power World's name through the mud, but when it finally came time to evaluate the finished product, suddenly nobody could be bothered. And now you could say, oh, it's only been a month, maybe the reviews are coming. Okay, that's fine. So tell me exactly why Halo Campaign Evolved has 51 reviews when it released only a week ago. Tell me why Beast of Reincarnation has 67 reviews and it released only 2 days ago. This isn't a lack of time. It's AAA favoritism mixed with a media ecosystem that does not want to walk back what they had already said about Power. They sold this game down the river, they didn't want it to succeed, and now that it has, reviewing it honestly would require these guys to admit that they were wrong or reveal that they just aren't like us. And they don't like that we like something that they don't. And I'm not the one saying that, these guys said it themselves. Now, because they refused to move forward, I figured I'd go back to the past to meet them myself. Back in 2024, Chris Tapsell at Eurogamer had published an article titled, "Was Power World actually any good? Of course not." Where he had wrote, "It's difficult to know where to begin with games like this. How do you break it down into its constituent problems when they're eclipsed by its very nature as a cynical, precision reverse-engineered machine designed to bottle your attention and refine it into concentrated cash?" He then went on to quote Pocket Pair CEO Takuro Mizobe, apparently as proof that Power World is nothing more than a cynical cash grab, where Mizobe had said, "I have a deep-rooted desire for my work to be enjoyed by as many people as possible, and to that end, if there are any good ideas out in the world, I pick them up, and I don't think that I need to be particular about originality. I want to make something less serious, or rather more easygoing. I think it's good to create something that way, like jumping on what's trendy." Oh no, how horrible. A CEO that's paying attention to what players enjoy, refusing to take games too seriously and trying to make something that's going to appeal to as many people as possible. What an absolute tragedy. How could anybody possibly see this as a bad thing? Especially the way that he worded things. Well, that's probably because the same writer that is criticizing Power World is also the person that later ended up reviewing Mixtape and gave it a glowing review, telling readers to ignore what other people are saying online about it. And honestly, I don't think that there is a more damning example of just how disconnected they are. Games, media, can sit around and they can endlessly find value in a game with zero gameplay, some theater kid level art project that's funded by the daughter of the richest man in the world, but they somehow cannot understand why millions of ordinary players would rather spend their time with something like Power World. Tabsel will then go on to write, sorry, I gotta use the right voice for this.
The real problem with Power World is less the derivative approach than its total shamelessness. It might be oddly refreshing to be so open about your cynicism, but it also has an impact on the player. Play Power World and you won't feel like you're playing something that was made with thought or craft or an earnest team's best intentions. You won't feel admiration or wonder. You won't feel any real sense of achievement. You won't feel like any artist was involved or anything meaningful might come to mind. You will instead feel like you're playing a product designed to be sold rather than played. You'll feel like a mark, and you'll be right.
Damn, I totally nailed that, by the way. I gotta get a job in voice acting. I covered this back when Power World had first launched, but I don't think that I fully appreciated just how pretentious some of these writers are, or just how far they are willing to reach to misrepresent this game and try to shut it down. Of course, someone like this ended up loving Mixtape. It is the perfect game for writers that want to play art critic inside of an industry that is built around entertaining people. But as I said back then, and I'll say it again, you caught me. He was right. I did feel marked. I, along with apparently 30 million other people, felt like this game was aimed directly at me and injected straight into my bloodstream. What games media missed then and still refuse to reckon with now is that Power World became this successful because it is a complete inversion of modern games and the modern games industry and every single thing that these writers want video games to become. This game does not take itself seriously. These developers don't take it seriously. Power World technically has a story. I don't even know what it is, and I don't even care. This is a brain-off, fun-built game that is completely around the idea of just letting you play it. I mean, it doesn't even tutorialize itself or force you into hours of exposition and dialogue just so these game writers can try to pontificate and indulge themselves like they're going to be the next Kojima or that they're writing the next Lord of the Rings. It's a game that just, it lets you play. In hindsight, it is just so funny to hear these people try to intellectualize a game like Power World. It takes the friendly creature collector formula with the cutesy creatures that lets you force them into working in sweatshops. You can capture other trainers in balls and force them to work too. You can hand a monkey an AK-47, shove a penguin into a rocket launcher, and send an entire flock of self-destructing birds directly into your enemies. I mean, by the end of this game, you are basically a Gundam. You're firing a grenade launcher into packs of adorable creatures, shooting lasers across the battlefield, and using an array of drones to eviscerate multi-dimensional gods. None of it makes sense, and none of it has to. You don't need to intellectualize fun or what's interesting. Nobody needed an essay about the artistic intent trying to understand why a pixelated plumber was trying to throw fireballs and jump on turtles and why that was entertaining for people. You played it, it felt good, and you just wanted to keep playing it. That's why Mario is one of the most popular games in existence. This constant need to intellectualize everything is part of why the games industry has decayed into this self-serious Hollywood wannabe machine that's just wasting so much money and so much time. Palworld, in all of its stupidity and absurdity, it just feels like a return to normalcy. And players recognize that, and they connected with that. And I think that's the reason why so many of these people just never came back to review it. It's because they were just completely wrong about Palworld. It's a game that validates basically everything against what these guys want the industry to mean. It was made for a broad audience. It borrowed ideas that people already liked, that they knew people already liked. They prioritized gameplay over prestige, immediate fun over artistic self-importance, and they gave players an absurd amount of freedom without stopping every 10 minutes to explain why any of it was meaningful. To this writer, that is proof of cynicism, which is just absolutely embarrassing. Wanting as many people to enjoy your game? Actually cynical. Paying attention to the most popular ideas and what people like? Actually cynical. Designing something that people can lose hundreds of hours in and only charge them $30 for it. Surprising enough, yes, that's actually also cynical. And that actually might be the most revealing part of this entire article, and honestly all the industry's coverage over this game, because this isn't contempt for Palworld, it's contempt for the audience that enjoyed it. Because if 30 million people play something and we all enjoy it, and your only explanation is that they were manipulated into liking it, you aren't trying to understand those people. You've already decided that their taste is beneath you. I was half tempted to title this video Palworld is a Wake-Up Call Part 2, because that's exactly how special this game is. A throwback to a series that I used to do. Maybe I'll do again someday, maybe not. But that's really what this game is, at least in my eyes. And I think one of the reasons why Palworld is not being reviewed right now, I don't think it has anything to do with how long the game is or how stacked the release schedule is for how many games that are coming out. I think part of it's favoritism, but I think the other part of it is that it simply just makes a lot of people in games media, a lot of people in the industry, very uncomfortable. Because not understanding it, not understanding why people enjoy it, not being able to enjoy it yourself, is a bit of a rude awakening to realize that the games industry might be headed in the wrong direction and has been for a really long time. And it also kind of goes to prove just how far disconnected you've become from the audience. Again, keep in mind, the active development for this game was $7 million for them to get to early access. Probably less than $20 million for these guys to get to full release. And I don't know how these guys can quantify it, because they're looking at it. There's like no long exposition. It's not a high piece of art. It doesn't have a star-studded voice cast or anything like that. I'm sure this game has some executives' heads spinning.
Best promotion on Street and
They're saying, I just spent $300 to $400 million making this blockbuster game, and this game just ran laps around me multiple times by now. And they're like, how do you do this? How does something like this even happen? Most of these guys don't even have the ability to even make a game like this anymore, because they fired those people a long time ago and replaced them with people that probably think the exact same way as many of these game journalists do right now. They probably have the exact same opinions. It says a lot about the games that we're seeing. It also makes a hell of a lot more sense when you think about it. Now, the real reason I was motivated to make this video wasn't just to criticize games journalists, if I can always be honest with you. What it is that I am sick and tired of these video game outlets going out and giving a score and reviewing early access games never to return to them. I just don't think that it's fair. And while in some cases they do go back, in other cases, like with Palworld, they don't. If that game does not align with them specifically, if that game does not meet up with their standards of what they think the games industry should be, if that game's audience is their internet enemy of the week, they have absolutely no problem judging that game for what it was when it first came out into early access and never returning to it. And I don't think that that's fair. So if nobody else wants to seriously review Palworld, I will. I should probably preface this by saying that open world survival crafting games, or anything that's adjacent to this genre, funny enough, is actually my specialty. They're not only the games that I tend to enjoy the most, but they're also the games that I put the most time into. I've nearly 1,000 hours in Terraria, probably around the exact same for Minecraft. Hundreds of hours across Satisfactory, Valheim, Enshrouded, Core Keeper, Stardew Valley. Honestly, the list kind of goes on. V Rising, whatever else. I've already played most of them at this point. And now, with more than 300 hours into Palworld, I don't know, man. I just can't put this game down. It isn't perfect by any means, but a lot of its rough edges honestly just become a part of its personality. And after playing as many survival games as I have over the years and putting in as many hours as I have, I genuinely think that Power World is not only going to go down as one of my favorite games in the genre, but honestly one of my favorite games ever. This game, it just feels so good to play, and I cannot overstate how much that matters to me with almost every single game that I play. The controls are so tight, the movement feels responsive, the weapons feel good, and the commanding, mounting, or directly using your pals, it's almost always satisfying. I recently played a bit of Game Freak's Beast of Reincarnation. God, is that game terrible. And the camera was just so janky in that game. The movement was so uneven, bouncing from platform to platform just felt so wonky, and the animations were just so poorly timed. It reminded me just how quickly all those small problems can just start ruining an experience for me.
Welcome
Good morning, Mr. Bland. Good morning.
Power World's tight controls directly lead into basically everything that you're feeling and learning about the game, and that's kind of what just opens it up for everything else. That's why this stuff matters so much to me. I remember at the beginning of the game, I had caught a Tantress pretty early on, and I spent hours using its slingshot to just snap myself across the map. It was so fun learning how to be able to mess with the physics that way. I was reaching places that I probably had no business going to and progressing way faster than I was probably supposed to, and man, that just feels really good. Power World is filled with moments like that. You try something, you're immediately rewarded for it, and then suddenly you're off chasing the next creature, material, upgrade, quest, or stupid idea that you can come up with. And I think a lot of modern games get this wrong, and it's part of why so many of these games either fail or just become completely forgettable. These guys are constantly getting in their own way. They are stacking up these tiny annoyances, bad control, lack of freedom, things that interrupt you with unnecessary pauses like dialogue or whatever else, or they're gating progression so heavily that you feel forced to play exactly how these developers intended instead of how you actually want to play. And a lot of that comes from ego and unskilled developers. The developers become so attached to how the game is supposed to play from their experience that they forget to just let you experience it yourself. In Power World, it just isn't that kind of game. That philosophy extends across almost everything and ultimately makes this game better. It doesn't get in its own way of fun, and it's, I don't know, man, it just doesn't really take itself that seriously. Pocket Pair seems to have spent most of their time just building things you would actually want to interact with, the things that actually make the game enjoyable, instead of just wasting your time polishing details that barely even matter to most people. I mean, they didn't even bother giving any of the creatures a proper death animation. They just turned into giant ragdoll balloons, immediately bouncing across the ground and rolling down a hill. Some writers have criticized Power World for being rough around the edges and unfinished in some places, but honestly, a lot of those rough edges are exactly what are giving this game a lot of its personality. There are parts of this game that Pocket Pair either didn't know how to do something the conventional way or simply didn't care, and weirdly enough, sometimes it just makes the game better. The questing, I think, is a perfect example of this. They barely even tried to make it integral to the progression or to the game itself. The main quests are there to be able to point you in the direction that you need to go if you actually need the guidance, but you can basically ignore them entirely, wander off into the world, and still naturally progress through the entire game from start to finish. And man, do I love that, because instead of following quest markers the entire game, I was just exploring. I never needed to feel like I needed to do anything else. I just picked a direction, and then every new area would give me a new reason to keep going, whether it was new creatures, a boss to fight, materials, dungeons, resources, or honestly just a completely different environment to be able to explore. So somehow, they made a quest system that works for both the people that need direction while also at the exact same time being completely invisible to the people that don't. The creature diversity goes way deeper than I had expected, probably deeper than a lot of people have even scratched the surface of yet. Their abilities, passive traits, their work suitability, the different partner skills that create this insane number of combinations and ways for you to be able to experiment with the game. Some pals can craft, gather, farm, breed, and automate something at your base. Others support very extremely specific combat builds that I haven't even seen yet. Again, you know, I am so mad about how this game was framed by the media, especially for calling it cynical, when this is honestly one of the deepest and most complex creature collectors that I have ever played. I mean, you could have one pal just be your damage carry and then just surround it with creatures that boost its abilities, or you could run 4 Gobfins with Vanguard and then you just make yourself the damage dealer. For a while, I built around Clerical's ability to be able to cause explosions after enemies were set on fire, dealing extra damage and also still setting them on fire. I then paired that with Renjishi, so then I could inflict burn myself with my own weapons, Kelpsy Ignis to increase all fire damage, and then Jormuntide Ignis to boost damage against burning enemies. Once I had that all together, dude, stuff just started melting. I can't actually wait to be able to put even more into some of this build, but I haven't even seen stuff like this yet. I think it's awesome how much this game actually supports that experimentation. It rarely locks you into just doing one thing. You know, you don't even have to keep a flying pal on your team because they have the air jumps, and you can also build double jump builds for mounts that are just on the ground. You don't even have to basically even use your pals for fighting if you don't want to. You could build around them, you could fight alongside them, or you could just practically ignore it altogether. I mean, I've even watched somebody beat the entire game just using swords and no pals at all. That's what I really like about it. This game hands you systems, and it's asking you what you want to do with it instead of telling you this is the correct way to play. That freedom is basically the name of the game pretty much across the board at this point. The boss fights were another massive surprise for me, especially the later tower and raid bosses. I expected giant health bars and all-out brawls, and while some of that stuff definitely is still there, and you can totally just kind of bully your way through a lot of this stuff, the game does start to introduce actual mechanics. Panthalos could raise a massive tsunami that you either had to fly over or get swept away by. It had other AoEs and other abilities that you had to watch out for. Other bosses would cover the ground in patterns, so you had to actually watch your positioning. Every single time I thought that I understood Palworld's limits, this game would just throw another curveball at me. Every single system would lead to another system. Every time I thought that I'd reached the bottom of something, I just found another layer. Palworld feels endless to me because there's always another creature, build, machine, strategy, or completely ridiculous idea that's waiting for me. And it honestly made this game impossible to put down. It's just so damn fun to play. But that doesn't mean that the game is without flaws. Now, for as good as Palworld is and how good the controls actually feel, the collision geometry is still an absolute mess. I get caught on something that I can't even see. I fail to be able to step over an object that's barely over ankle height, or sometimes I'll get caught climbing on invisible walls and then get stuck on those as well. The camera can also break and kind of lose itself during certain fights or getting hit by specific attacks, leaving me just kind of staring into the ground or fighting to see what's actually happening. Now, none of this stuff is game breaking, but I'm going to tell you what, it is really frustrating, and after a while, it does start pulling you out of the experience. I definitely had that problem a little bit. Pocket Pair might still be a small studio, and this definitely actually isn't their first game, but, you know, after all the money that they've made making Palworld, I think it's fair to be able to expect that some of this very basic jank should get cleaned up. Now, my biggest issue with the game, honestly, really my only issue with the game, the camera stuff is more of an annoyance, but honestly, the end game, especially the world tree, is just obnoxious to me. I love the area itself, don't get me wrong. I love the variety of taking the larger world and then compressing it into this smaller, more dense map. The creature selection is really great, the boss fights are a lot of fun, and the modified Pal Gauntlet is actually one of my favorite encounters in the game outside of like Panthalos in the final fight, but the progression in this area is honestly just lame. I don't know what these guys are thinking here. You spend a lot of time just nuking creatures for salvage parts and feeding those parts into a machine and then hoping RNG is going to give you what you need, and at the exact same time, you're constantly farming to craft AI cores just to make basic upgrades to get into the final tier, and for such a great looking area, there just isn't enough meaningful stuff to do here. You don't really get to use it all that much. Raid bosses, hard mode, and the end game stuff in general is just really my biggest problem with the game. Eventually you stop leveling. You don't really need to catch 5 of every new pal anymore because it's not really worthwhile, not unless you're trying to breed. Exploration then loses its purpose. You don't really need to go looking for anything else. Progression stalls out, and the only real path forward that you have is endless min-max breeding to chase the perfect passives and stats while mindlessly farming the exact same areas, hoping for schematics to drop so you can get duplicates of them to make better armor. You know, worse than that, the freedom that I love throughout the rest of the game starts disappearing. This is probably the part that really annoys me the most. I go from using creatures that I like to building around whatever strategy can actually survive the absurd health and damage of a lot of these creatures. Now, I don't mind the hardest content in the entire game requiring preparation or optimized teams or a little bit of grinding. It should have some of that stuff, but I wish it leaned a little bit more on skill, positioning, mechanics, and smart team building instead of just brute force stat checks. And that's where I land with Palworld. It's flawed, sometimes janky, and the end game loses some of the freedom that makes the rest of the game and the rest of the experience feel so special, but Pocket Pair still has some work to do, work that I still think that they're going to do, and honestly, none of that changes what this game gets right. It trusts me to be able to find my own fun. It gives me a world full of systems, creatures, weapons, and ways to be able to play. The game gets out of its own way and just lets me decide what I want to do while I'm playing it, and I think that's what the media missed here, and it's really sad that they did. They were so focused on what Palworld represented to them, where its ideas it came from and what kind of people enjoyed it, that they never seriously engaged with why the game worked. Popularity doesn't automatically make something good, and Palworld deserves honest criticism, but it also deserved an honest review. Beneath all of the controversy is a game that understands something that the rest of the industry has increasingly forgotten. Sometimes people just want to play. Sometimes people just want to have fun. And after more than 300 hours, I still don't want to stop. I love this game, man. I really do. There's just something special about it. And while I've listed a bunch of things that I really liked about the game, there's also some like intangible stuff that I can't really explain that keeps me coming back to it. Part of it's just the game's personality. It's the way the creatures look. It's how they, you know, just turn into rolling balls when they die. It's just some of the unfinished stuff or some of the crude humor or whatever it might be. It just keeps me coming back to it. And, you know, another part of it is, too, is that the game just largely just laughs in the face of modern game design. And I love that so much. And I wish that more people in the games industry would put themselves aside and just look at the game a little bit more thoroughly and give the game more of a shot, because they could probably learn a lot from it. I think the games industry needs to move in the direction of things like Power and go back to just worrying about being fun and not really worrying about what other people think about it. But, you know, the only thing that really keeps me from saying that Power World is like my favorite game of the genre, or could be my favorite game of the genre, is that it doesn't really have that much replayability. At least I'm not seeing it having that much, not unless I played it with other people or something like that. You know, a game like Terraria, the reason why I keep coming back to it year after year, I'm literally going to keep coming right after I finish this video. The reason I keep coming back to it is because every single time I play it, it feels dramatically different every time I play it. And it's because of the builds you can take, and those builds require a lot of dedication to be able to get all the pieces for and progress all the way through. A lot of things require, I don't know, it's hard to explain in a video. You know if you know in a lot of cases. But Power World doesn't really have that because you're not really locked to building around certain creatures. You're not locked to building around certain gear and presets and stuff like that. And that's really good. It gives you a lot of freedom to be able to do whatever you want, but it also takes away some of the feel of being able to, you know, have a different progression path when you go to play it a second time. It's a game that you're going to come back to play if you're going to be playing with other people, or if they add more content, and chances are with Power World, they're going to be definitely adding more content. If I had to say there was anything that I wish I could see in the future for Power World, I definitely think it needs evolutions or fusions. One of the two. Like, whether they do the traditional, you know, evolutions that you see with like Digimon or Pokemon or something like that, I want to see some visual progression of my pals in the game, and that visual, like, show of power is really cool, and it's one of the most attractive parts of those games, and I hope that ends up coming to this game. And with the creature designs that they already have and how ridiculous they kind of get with some of this stuff, I definitely kind of feel like fusions is the best way for them to be able to go, and you could really get some cool stuff going on with that. But yeah, I said this again in like the media breakdown part of it and my media take with it, but I think like one of the things that really upsets me with this game is the fact that it just did not get a fair shake. And it goes to show just how unfairly some of these games can be treated by the wider industry. And it really worries me for indie studios, and it really worries me for early access games, because while these guys will sometimes go back to change their scores for some games, we've already seen that they don't want to do it with others, and if those games do not align with them, their goals or their narrative or whatever it is, they're not going to give it a fair shake. So I think it's incredibly important that you guys support the games that you love, especially when it comes to early access. We made this one impossible to ignore. That might not be true for the next one. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel. We are actually almost at 500,000 subscribers, which I don't want to go on some long tirade. I might just make a video talking about it or something like that. It's absolutely insane. I don't think that I deserve it. I don't understand why people watch this. I just turn on the camera and start talking some days, and people watch it. I don't get. I mean, thanks. I really appreciate it. I really love the support, man. I can't really explain it. It's a weird thing. I can tell you that right now. It's definitely not where I expected my life to go, but I'm grateful. That's all I can say. So cheers to 500K. I guess I'll make a video talking about it when it actually happens. And thank you guys for everything. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe.
Beauty is a real thing. It is observable and noticeable. Beauty is not infinity plastic surgery procedures or 10 pounds of drag queen makeup so you look just like that one TikTok filter. Beauty is not quadruple D cups on an anime girl with the face of an 11-year-old. It's not a half-naked model. It's not subversive anti-fashion. Beauty is not a fashion trend at all. It's not a popular system of visuals. Beauty is not being morbidly obese and dying at age 30 because you convinced yourself that it was fat positive. Beauty is not going out of your way to be as seductive and sexual as possible. This video isn't really going to get into the subsurface aspects of beauty, although that's really, really important. What's interesting to me, and what we're going to spend the bulk of our time on, is the aesthetics of beauty. This is important because aesthetics are a lot more significant than people realize. I'm not saying how you look is more important than your character, of course not. I am saying that the aesthetics that you present personally or that are presented to you in media contribute to your sense of reality, your mood, and so on. Even, yes, your character. In much the same way, how human beauty is presented to you by a piece of media tells you what that media's creators think is beautiful. So, as a basic example, if every woman in a video game is wearing dental floss and little boob pasties, that tells you that the writer who put together that story prioritizes an extreme sexual ideal. That is, the person only views someone as aesthetically pleasing if they feel the desire to have sex with them. So even if the characters are pleasant to look at to some degree or in some way, like maybe just the face or the hair or something, that doesn't change the fact that the game maker's sense of beauty is warped and disordered. Going in the other direction, if every woman and or man in a movie or a TV show or a video game is aggressively ugly, deliberately so, that suggests that the storytellers dislike basic beauty and want to elevate ugliness, especially female ugliness. Why? We'll get to that. This becomes more noticeable when previously ordinary-looking characters like Alloy are randomly redesigned to make her less beautiful. And she's not the only one. Alarming and dramatic transformations occur all the time these days. Why is this being done? Are we really supposed to believe that it's random, incidental, accidental? Yes, some things are subjective in all aspects of art. Watercolor painting, realism, expressionism, classical language, modernist language, metered rhyming poetry, free verse, or if you'd like, blonde, brunette.
Hey guys, Gaza TV here with another Path of Exile 2 video, and I'm going to show you the details around how you can get modifiers in the map system to your unique tame beast. We are going to be running the giga overpowered mighty Silverfist himself, sitting on a 43%, which is insane. This, if you see that one, which means he has 100% chance to crit more map XP. We're going to start by looking for rupture maps. Just search it up here, press enter, and it'll go through every single one, which is one for me. I can click this one and I can see that I do indeed have access to it. The other one is Riverside. You can see there's a couple of these. But let's start with a rupture map. So this is one map that we're going to do for this. However, to get access to these 3 tablets, which are very important. First one is just placing a magic waystone to unlock this slot. We're going to put in a low tier map to make this easy for us. The second one is unlocked if you place a rare tablet in there. Great, you can do that. The last one requires 6 modifiers. This means you have to Alch Orb in Waystone and then spam Exalted Orbs on it. This makes it so that you don't have any revives available. This is very important to point out, to get all 3. The reason we do all 3 is because you either use the Cruel Hegemony tablet, which gives map bosses have 1 additional modifier, or you run a combination of different rare or magic tablets that has unique monsters have an additional rare modifier. This gives you 3. Now, Tame Beast can take 4. So the reason I waited this long before to get this is because I ran the Jado Spycraft quest chain on the Endgame Atlas. This guy has partial
Redhead, tall, short, 3-piece suit, English cut, American cut, beard, no beard, red lipstick, no lipstick, and on and on and on. These are incidental. You could almost call them accessories to beauty, which are interchangeable decorations on the core objective presence in the thing or person of beauty. This fading, declining presence of beauty is noticeable across all mediums, from architecture, where ugliness has been the norm for decades now, to the changing styles of actors and actresses, to the subject matter of celebrated novels, to the art that decorates our so-called art museums. Beauty used to be an everyday part of life and society. Beautiful buildings, beautiful art, beautiful people, the constant effort to maintain healthy, genuine beauty, and the firm understanding of how true beauty benefits society. This all used to be understood by regular people and was represented daily in the art and the stories that used to be the norm. Beauty was normal. We, in our exceedingly progressive society, have moved past such backwards and barbaric thinking. People no longer understand the relationship between physical appearance and internal character. They no longer appreciate or admire beauty, but they choose to shun it. If someone is pursuing health or genuine beauty, that person is problematic. Just look at the way Adele and Rebel Wilson were condemned for trying to lose weight to be more healthy. Meanwhile, Sam Smith is praised for I don't even know. Nowadays, we see a growing aversion to beauty. The attitude by which lasting beauty is even pursued is extinct. People don't build buildings to be admired for generations. People don't write books to enrich their civilization. Beyond that, actresses, models, and influencers are busily pushing this weird notion of so-called authenticity, by which they present ever-increasing levels of bizarreness and ugliness in an open fight against beauty. Meanwhile, pursuing beauty is now seen as controversial. Even fitness videos are now something that can be reported on social media as harmful. And true feminine physical beauty is being condemned as somehow racist or patriarchal, or I don't know, it's probably fascist too. Some books and movies are being made specifically to highlight or showcase ugliness, particularly both in appearance and in behavior. This is being done, ostensibly, in the pursuit of realism or as a way to explore taboo subjects or dark themes or whatever. The fact remains that they are ugly, and they are not being presented as ugly. They are being placed on the pedestals where beauty used to be. Styles of dress and haircuts that are deliberately unpleasant to look at are growing in popularity, from the deliberately creepy look that is one of the trends with young men, or the shaved heads or wolf cuts of young women. Not that I'm casting aspersions on a person's particular tastes, but I have been told that these styles, particularly the shaved heads and wolf cuts on women, are being done by them specifically because they think these styles are the opposite of beautiful. Face tattoos, ugly unwashed hair, deliberately off-putting accessories, or other fashion choices have all become more and more commonplace. We have entered an era where ugliness is the actual goal. Alongside that, we also have an overwhelming uptick in alarming levels of artificiality. The most common makeup style I see in the wild is something I've come to call the drag queen special. Makeup on a woman that is so overdone that it makes her look like a drag queen. In my area, that is literature, the deliberate ugliness has pervaded the popular works, or even the idea of what is compelling. Writers like Otessa Moshfegh and even Sally Rooney have become famous for writing characters who are insistently ugly, and by focusing the narrative on the ugliest aspects of these characters' personalities. Some reviewers, predictably, commend Moshfegh for her quote-unquote realism.
Is because you
but is it true that something can only be real when
the reason we
all
do all
the beauty
three
has been
is
removed from
important
it?
to
Some have said, oh, well, it's authentic.
point out. To get
I want
all
you to draw a circle around that word, authentic. We're going to come back to that. Meanwhile, many out there seem to be trying to, for lack of a better term, gaslight us into thinking that we're imagining it. I've also heard people attack anyone who criticizes, shall we say, uglyified characters as being gooners who are just angry that they can't goon to media anymore. I think I speak for a lot of you when I say that I am aware that these arguments are not just nonsensical, but they are deliberate social manipulation efforts to shut down any inquiry into this bizarre and growing trend. They're also, it's worth mentioning, another manifestation of society's belief that beauty equals sex appeal, which is really depressing. As you can imagine, we have kind of a lot of ground to cover here, so this is what we're going to do. First, we'll talk about beauty itself. Then we'll look at the ways in which it is noticeably absent in the world, including looking at why this absence disturbs us. Finally, we're going to talk about some reasons why I believe this shift away from beauty and towards ugliness has actually been deliberate, and what the consequences, which we are already beginning to notice, might be. When we talk about beauty, there is a crucial distinction that must be made first. There are two parts to beauty. The first is actual beauty, which we will talk about at length, and which is the only thing that really matters. The second is what everyone calls standards of beauty, which would be more accurate to call standards of popular aesthetics. These popular aesthetics have nothing at all to do with beauty. It's all just the current popular trends. People call it beauty because no one understands what words mean anymore. The same way people call smut romance, like those are somehow the same thing. Standards of popular aesthetics is what told girls that they couldn't be a fashion model in the late 1990s unless they were 5'11" and weighed 80 pounds. Standards of popular aesthetics is what compels Chinese girls to go under the knife so they can all look just like Fan Bingbing. Standards of popular aesthetics is what is currently driving women and men to get Botox and more plastic surgery. It influences women to wear 10 pounds of makeup so they can all look like Kim Kardashian or any of the other makeup influencers on Instagram or TikTok or wherever. It encourages young girls to wear increasingly revealing and sexual clothes at younger and younger ages. And it influences men and young teenage boys to do all the steroids so they can look like photoshopped fitness influencers. It's all just fashion trends, not real beauty. Body image trends that are disordered are bad, absolutely. The general ideas of beauty that are universally and objectively applicable are good, very good. These two things are completely separate, and in fact they very rarely overlap. It's more and more rare for popular aesthetics to actually be truly beautiful. It's more and more rare for what's truly beautiful to be popular and trendy. Overlaps have happened before, but they're rare. Weird standards of popular aesthetics are not beauty. Social media is so-called beauty. The food videos, the makeup videos, the fitness videos, the art videos, all of that can be beautiful, but it's social media. So it also transforms beauty into a validation transaction, which is another perversion of beauty. It makes beauty disordered. This is why people find it so difficult to take genuine inspiration from their social media feed. Social media as the medium instills in the mind the sense that beauty isn't beautiful unless it has gone viral. This has served to warp the pursuit of beauty. People now believe that pursuing beauty is an inherently toxic social media idea, and the only alternative is to give up altogether and let yourself go, or pursue the opposite of beauty. Bonus points if you can go viral doing either of these things on social media. The point I'm making is that so-called standards of beauty are just fashion trends and are not actual real beauty. But when the topic of disappearing beauty gets brought up, I often hear it dismissed on the grounds that XYZ random standard beauty or fashion trends is actually unhealthy. Before we continue, these two ideas need to be completely separated in your mind. Okay, what I'm anticipating now is a deluge of, well, how do you define beauty? This is an enormous topic, but I'm going to try to simplify it and clarify it as much as possible. Here we go. Simply put, as a child growing up in a heavily philosophical house, I've always understood beauty to be order. To be more precise, and to quote the big guy of philosophy himself, Aristotle, beauty is the harmonious order of parts together with magnitude. We'll break that down more in a second. The pursuit of order, you could say, which is innate in every person, is one of the reasons people find symmetry to be beautiful. Not that that's the only definition of beauty. This is also the reason people find organized cabinets and neatly arranged bookshelves so satisfying. Beyond the aesthetical, however, this is also one of the many reasons people historically praise a person for looking healthy. Rosy cheeks, nice teeth, an overall healthy complexion. Health meant the body was in order, and that was beautiful to look at. Again, this is only one teeny tiny little aspect of beauty, one tiny example of one of the hundreds of ways you can identify it in the world. Now, I can hear someone saying, but what about the fact that, for example, in Victorian times, the aesthetic of the pale, sickly consumptive was found beautiful? This had to do with the fact that the Victorians, being as they were constantly adjacent to death and also standing as they were on the brink of civilization's overall death, had romanticized death and sickliness. Finding a way to cope with the omnipresence of death isn't the worst thing in the world, but it does represent something my philosophy teacher would have called disordered. The Victorian ideal of beauty had ventured away from idealizing order and instead idealized disorder. So being close to death, that is, having a body where the parts weren't working in harmonious order, was specifically seen as beautiful. The consumptive wasn't beautiful in spite of being sick. She or he was beautiful because of being sick. That is disordered. That is to say, the Victorian standards for beauty were once again nothing more than the popular aesthetics of the time. And we have this throughout history. Every historical era had their own disordered popular aesthetics. I mean, what's her name in France? Charles VII's mistress, Agnes Sorel or whoever, popularized having one boob out. And then do you remember that brief period in history when bejeweled men's cod pieces were all the rage? And don't even get me started on the medieval bowl cut. On that note, let's take a minute here and clarify another crucial distinction. In our current society, everything all the time has to be interpreted in sexual terms. Therefore, modern people define beauty as that which makes me sexually aroused. This is obviously degenerate nonsense, but it's also the commonplace norm, more and more these days. That's why you get these women who think, well, I want to look beautiful and beauty is sex appeal, so I'm just going to wrap myself loosely in dental floss and that will make me beautiful. This is also where you get men who try to give a woman a compliment by calling her hot. Hot is not beauty, it's sex appeal. Not the same thing. I have heard many people talk about the weird beauty crisis in modern culture in terms of this, which is really frustrating. Just the other day I came across some people talking about how once upon a time popular women were more like Monica Bellucci. They were unapologetically beautiful, in other words. Only the word that was used was hot. These people had noticed the decline of beauty and had, as so often happens, interpreted it in sexual terms. Monica Bellucci was an incredibly beautiful woman, but she was also a sex object who was presented to the public by the mass media for the purpose of degeneration. That is, to reduce our understanding of beauty to a strictly animal sexual appetite. Let me explain. People will look at some of the recent uglyified video game characters, let's say, or the deliberately visually unappealing cast of Birds of Prey, for example, or models such as these who have been deliberately made as ugly as possible, and they'll be repulsed. And they'll interpret their repulsion as, well, I don't feel sexually attracted to any of these people, therefore none of them are beautiful. So naturally they seek out the opposite, which could be Monica Bellucci, and they'll feel attracted to her, and they'll say, I feel a lay sexual attraction, therefore she is beautiful. No, sexual attraction is not how you determine beauty. You determine beauty by looking for harmonious order. Yes, it can happen that you might feel attraction for the person you see who has ordered and harmonious beauty, but that's incidental. And it has way more to do with your sex drive. Yes, a lot of the characters in video games these days are ugly. These models and these characters are also deliberately quote-unquote unattractive. They were made that way on purpose. But that ugliness has nothing to do with sexual attractiveness. It is evident in their deliberately disordered appearances which inspire revulsion. Yes, of course, you're probably also not sexually attracted to them. You're also probably not sexually attracted to a redwood tree, but that doesn't mean that the redwood tree is disordered. You're also probably not sexually attracted to your sister or your brother. That doesn't make them ugly. Sexual attraction is not a reliable indicator of a thing's true, real, genuine beauty. Being sexually attracted to something is separate from beauty. Sexual attraction is an animal urge and has to be regulated by reason, which only thinking human beings can do. The opposite of ugly isn't maximum sex appeal. That's really important to remember. In fact, Aristotle and others of the Greek philosophers pointed out that humans alone could view beauty and enjoy it for its intrinsic qualities. That is, they could look at a statue of a beautiful woman, or even a beautiful woman herself, for example, without seeing her as a sexual partner, or generally interpreting it in sexual terms, and simply appreciate the harmonious beauty of the woman. Only humans can do this. Everything else is animal. Whenever animals look at things, they see either a predator, a meal, or a mate. They do not see beauty. So only defining beauty based on sex appeal is animal behavior. It is degenerate behavior because it causes the human to degenerate to an animal. Degenerate art or writing promotes, encourages, and endeavors deliberately to bring about this kind of degradation. It encourages the viewer or reader to behave more like an animal and less like a human being, which is why adult videos and smut are degenerate, because they are designed to make the audience view the work and its intrinsic components not as beautiful, but as sexually arousing. There's a reason genuinely beautiful women like Monica Bellucci were presented to men as sexually as possible, because it conditioned them to behave more like animals, and it conditioned women to behave in a way that attracted the animal nature of men instead of the rational nature of men. Now, returning to what beauty really is, according to Aristotle, in whose shadow all philosophy cowers, in my opinion, art's primary function, even if it's involuntary, is imitation. Stay with me. In Aristotle's Poetics, a crucially important work for any aspiring artist or writer to read, he points out that one of man's primary instincts, which is lying deep in our nature and separates us from animals, is the instinct of imitation. And it is through imitation that we learn our earliest lessons. For anyone who might be thinking of animals who imitate their human owners, the difference, as always, between thinking men and animals is that the human is doing the imitation deliberately. He is choosing to do it with his free will, whereas the animal acts on instinct. The point I'm making is that we have known literally for centuries that humans learn critically important lessons by imitating, and that we humans are drawn particularly to imitate art, and that artists and writers with their art are naturally drawn to imitate their fellow humans, real or imagined. I talked about this a lot in my video about the influence media has on our minds. But from Aristotle's philosophical perspective, this lies at the core of why we enjoy art, because we see ourselves there. Not literally, of course, and I'm not talking about self-insertion or superimposing ourselves and our tastes and feelings on fictional characters. I mean that we, as human beings, see fellow human beings in the art, and this pleases us. It is a natural draw. We don't really feel empathy with a raccoon going about his raccoon life, because a raccoon has nothing in common with us. So a story about a raccoon isn't going to be interesting to human audiences unless, of course, it has been anthropomorphized to some degree, which is to say, giving human traits, motives, and characteristics. Really quick sidebar, when it comes to imitation, whether it's us being drawn to imitations in art or being drawn to make our own art imitate humanity, something that's important to remember is that individuality is a very modern concept. People in Aristotle's age and the medieval times understood humanity in a much more general way. Even if they wrote a specific character and gave him a name and a mom and a dad and a favorite ice cream flavor, he was still also largely humanity in general. So whether he was represented as tall or short, strong or weak, smart or a little dim, bushy beard or thin beard or whatever else, you had a general idea of humanity that people of old simply accessed by habit. It was a natural way for them to interface with stories. The entire concept of self-insert simply wasn't compatible with the minds of people of old. That's not how they viewed themselves or humanity. A guy could write himself into a story like Dante did, and this was simply a placeholder for humans in general, like an everyman. He just used himself because the narrative form of fiction as we have it today hadn't yet developed to the point that stories were told in the ways we have them today. Stories in the past were often told as if they were happening to oneself, even if they were entirely made up, not because the person was lying or self-inserting, but because the I of old was, as I said, a kind of narrative placeholder for whatever I was listening to or reading the story. Okay, moving on. The second instinct that Aristotle talks about that all men have regarding art is the instinct to look for harmony and order. Throughout classical philosophy, beauty is defined as order and harmony. So let's examine this definition. According to the Greek-English lexicon of 1883, the Greek word Aristotle used in his Poetics, armonia, never meant harmony as we know it. In fact, according to this lexicon, the word's core meaning has to do with framework. So skeletons, bodies, a sound mind, a well-built ship, and so on. Particularly the act of the pieces of the frame joining together. So that, of course, in the end, the whole thing is working in harmony. If you want an oversimplified example, think of a pleasing face. Think of Monica Bellucci's face, in which all the individual parts are working together in proportion in harmony, creating a sound face. which the mind tells us is beautiful to look upon. A person doesn't need to be a beauty icon to exhibit this harmony. Look at this elderly woman and you see the same thing. The important thing to note is that this human draw to harmony is a huge part of why we as humans are drawn to beauty. Aristotle understood that human beings aren't drawn to disorder unless there's something wrong with them, and something you could say disordered. So as he saw it, the typical audience of human beings wouldn't give a fig about your characters unless they had some degree of beauty. That is, unless there was harmony and order. Because, and this is where it all comes together, humans are drawn to imitations of humanity. For this reason, according to Aristotle, art and poetry and stories had an obligation to be as close to real life as possible. Therefore, he said, they needed beauty. This is contrary to what we so often hear today, that XYZ character is ugly because that's more realistic or something. But the truth is that we are all drawn to beauty, and thus we seek it like laser-guided missiles. This draw represents a universal desire to have harmony and maintain order, both interiorly and exteriorly. So if a story or a character or a piece of art doesn't have genuine beauty, it is denying this basic human instinct, and is therefore less realistic. What's the difference between genuine beauty, that is, order and harmony, and artificial beauty? In a sense, you don't really need me to tell you that. I know how that sounds, but remember that all humans are drawn to beauty. So in a sense, you'll know it when you see it. Yes, us moderns have to retrain ourselves to divorce sexual attractiveness from our assessment of a person's beauty. But we do know it when we see it. For example, those people talking about Monica Bellucci were over halfway there. She does have exceptional physical order and harmony. And people, men and women, are drawn to it in a completely non-sexual way. It's just that generations of social conditioning has programmed Western society to associate the draw to something beautiful as sexual attraction. But that's okay. A person can fix that in him or herself because, as I said, such a person is nearly there anyway. And the instinct is baked into humans. You just have to learn to listen to it. Most of you out there will know what I mean when I say order and harmony. Like I said, you know it when you see it. It's present in young and old. You can look at any person and see whether or not his or her outward physical appearance possesses order and harmony very easily. It's an immediate reaction most of the time. An involuntary sense that is tapping into the natural human draw to beauty, that is, to order and harmony. You can look at all these beautiful people I'm showing here and you will agree, yes, these people are exhibiting physical order and harmony. No one is saying that you have to be a supermodel or a Playboy bunny to be beautiful. But nevertheless, this beauty is an objective reality that is readily identifiable. It isn't subjective. If the idea of such a notion repulses you, if you refuse to believe that such a sense of objective beauty or order is possible or even exists in the first place, and I'm not really sure what to tell you, this might not be the video for you. So, when you look at classical and other older art and you say, why are the gentlemen in the paintings and sculptures almost always so muscular and handsome? Why are the women so beautiful? Is it because only beauty was acceptable? In a way, yes, but not how you're thinking. As anyone who's ever been to a museum knows, classical art and medieval art still also portrayed ugliness. Beauty was often neutral, that is, it was simply how people were depicted realistically, for reasons I just talked about, with exceptional beauty reserved for exceptional people, like saints or angels. Meanwhile, ugliness was used to depict villains. Modern critics sometimes called it some kind of ism, condemning the past for dangerously vilifying physical characteristics. As usual, modern historians, and especially modern art historians and philosophers, are proving that they have no idea how people looked at the world in the past. For one thing, what they always inevitably fail to understand is that medieval art was not realist. It was almost always entirely symbolic. This is one of the reasons people all look more or less the same in art from the Middle Ages, because individual identity wasn't quite the same notion that we have today, like I was talking about before. But it also wasn't that important to depict. The idea was to paint people, so a general harmonious person was painted, male or female, young or old, as needed. So if a person was painted as ugly, that didn't mean, oh, this dude was born with a wonky nose, so he's going to hell. No. It meant that the ugliness of his external representation in the piece of art was symbolic of his internal state, the blackness of his character, for which he was going to hell. Ugliness in art was, yes, meant as a warning, but it wasn't warning people against the spiritual dangers of having bad skin or whatever. but rather showing them that the ugly person is what your soul will look like if you keep sitting like a degenerate buffoon. The soul, or if you'd like, a person's innermost character, was a real, tangible thing to the average person for hundreds of years. There was very little perceived distinction between the soul and the body. So a beautiful body, or you could say if you prefer, a body that takes pains to maintain hygiene, health, presentability, order, and harmony, was, to classical people and the medievals, indicative of a healthy soul or character. So slovenly, indifferently unhealthy, lazy, disgusting people were shunned because that external ugliness indicated to everyone else that that person had bad character. People used to know how important it was to judge a book by its cover, because externals very, very often indicated important things about what was inside a person. There was no getting around it. Beauty, in other words, or its depiction, was baked into society as a representation of order across the board. Sure, some people were tall or short or plain and homely or angelically beautiful, but the idea of order was represented with beauty. Seeing a beautiful person in a church fresco would inspire the average passerby to maintain the internal order that would be represented externally with beauty, both of the mind and of the body. Beauty was intended to inspire. Seeing the ugly freaks getting chewed on by Satan was meant to warn people that if they let their character or their soul, which was to them the same thing as saying themselves, get that ugly, they too would get chewed on by Satan. A final point here regarding Aristotle. When he talked about beauty, he also talked about something he called megathos, or magnitude, which referred not just to size, which was more relevant to stories and plots, but also to what the Greek lexicon defines as greatness of mind, grandeur, dignity. The term and its ideas also apply to beauty itself. Let me give you a really simple example. Kate Winslet's appearance in The Mayor of Easttown, which I haven't seen and know nothing about. I am just using the physical appearance of this character as an example, but her appearance here is not something you would refer to as just incredibly beautiful. She is definitely ordered, her aesthetic appearance has harmony, she is pleasing to look at. She doesn't inspire revulsion or trigger a reflex in your mind that something is wrong, but she isn't quite what you'd call beautiful. However, on a basic day on the red carpet, when she's done her makeup and her hair in a way that tastefully accentuates her natural features, when she is wearing an elegant dress, when she smiles, she is very, very beautiful. What's the difference? In a sense, it's grandeur. She has increased the beauty that is natural to her in a tasteful way in order to inspire admiration and awe. But a second point, which is crucial, is that in inspiring admiration, she still retains dignity, if you'd like. Unlike the highly sexualized Monica Bellucci, Sophia Loren types, or, most celebrities today who sacrifice their dignity in the name of sex appeal, Winslet's appearance here, or say Judi Dench's appearance here, or Amy Adams' appearance here, are all always the type of beauty that's going to be more impressive and truly harmoniously ordered and beautiful than a pinup model, and certainly more beautiful than Chappelle Roan's stupid nipple dress, for example, because the nipple dress completely disregards the individual's dignity, and a person, male or female.
What the fuck is nipple dress? Now I'm curious.
Does the red carpet have a dress code?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
At the 2026 Grammys, Chappell Roan made sure fashion was the headline, and she succeeded, causing an absolute tidal wave across social media.
Another day, another slave. Period.
Ditching her ballet core past, she stunned in a custom Mugler gown that looked like it was held up by silver nipple rings. The sheer maroon dress referenced an iconic 1998 collection, famous for its daring body mod aesthetic, but despite the shocking look, it was pure illusion, anchored with medical-grade silicone prosthetics and not piercings. Finished with faux tattoos honoring her Midwest princess roots, the look cemented Roan as avant-garde royalty. Now, can we give it up for the dress?
Real or fictional, who clearly has no sense of dignity, cannot inspire in the viewer a sense of beauty, because beauty is partly contained in a kind of pronounced self-respect. Dignity is rightly included in the definition of magnitude, or megathos, because it naturally elevates or magnifies the dignified person's perception of him or herself, and also the perception of the dignified person in the eyes of others. A dignified person is impressive. This, by the way, is what's at the root of all those viral videos where the beautiful models wear the trashy fashion and walk down a street and no one notices them. And then they wear tasteful, dignified fashion and people are drawn to it, and not in a sexual way. They're drawn to it because, as Aristotle relates, humans are drawn to the combination of harmony and dignity, which is the definition of beauty. When we viewers see dignified harmony, that is, when we see beauty, it elevates our minds. It increases, in a sense, the magnitude of our minds. This is an incredibly pleasant sensation, which is why the heads turn when a dignified woman walks by, or the man in a tailored suit, because people feel their own minds elevating by merely looking at the beauty. However, when we see what you could call degenerate fashion, like the nipple dress, or these weird things like this red crystal body paint, or Lady Gaga's meat dress, or all these sheer dresses that are designed to make the wearer as sexual as possible, this draws the mind down to animal things, which is, like it or not, especially for people who understand the value of beauty, a very unpleasant sensation, because it is demeaning the wearer and removing his or her dignity, and it is also lowering the mind of the viewer. That's why the heads don't really turn anymore when someone with their butt exposed and their boobs almost out walks down the street, because people are tired of being miserable, and they're tired of living without harmony or dignity, that is to say, without beauty. But it's not just rampant perverted sexuality that people are tired of. It's not just a lack of dignity. We also crave harmony and order, and that isn't just fading, it's being actively replaced with deliberate ugliness. What am I talking? Am I talking about someone with wrinkles or crooked teeth? Of course not. I'm talking about deliberate ugliness, a kind of purposeful subversion of the concept of objective order, that is, order and harmony, and an elevation of its opposite, that is, disorder and discord, or even chaos. Let's look at this idea more closely. In an effort to clarify this whole concept, let's compare and contrast ugliness and what I'm calling ugliness that has been elevated to beauty, Marilyn Manson and Lady Gaga. The former, Manson, is not making any effort to be beautiful. His aim is to shock and disturb. That is to say, he's trying to be ugly for the sake of ugliness. He wants his ugliness to get your attention and prepare you for the fact that his music and message will be calling attention to the corresponding ugliness of society. There is nothing pleasing about Manson's appearance. His makeup is badly done. He has made efforts to deliberately disrupt the natural symmetry of his face, particularly with the dramatically mismatched context. All of it has been done in an effort to disturb your innate sense of order and harmony. He has made himself into a walking medieval painting of an ugly person at the gateway to hell, a theatrical and deliberate physical manifestation of disorder. Meanwhile, Lady Gaga is clearly trying to present some kind of beauty. You can see it in the fact that she does her hair nicely. Her gowns are perfectly tailored. Her makeup is tasteful, sort of. But within that, there are these unsettling details. Whether it's images like this, where she appears to have no eyebrows, or famously, when the tailored dress is made of raw meat, the aim isn't to shock or even to call attention to ugliness. The aim is to undermine and destabilize in the minds of viewers and fans the entire concept of beauty. Well, look, she's a beautiful woman. She's in good shape. She's put together. She's wearing something which is viscerally disturbing. It doesn't shock. It creates an ideological storm in the mind that overlays ugly and beautiful, meant to confuse viewers, especially young viewers, as to the distinction between the two. This theme, this idea, permeates every inch of her aesthetic. Manson isn't overlaying beauty and ugliness. He's being as ugly as he can in order to grab your attention. That's the function of shock rock, whether you like it or not. Exactly like those paintings of Satan's mouth from the Middle Ages. Those were meant to shock you and then draw your attention to their message. In fact, guys like Marilyn Manson are our era's compelling paintings of hell. For this reason, at least in the past, when real shock rock was still a thing, Marilyn Manson was one of the most intelligent and insightful voices in popular music. In part because he clearly, it seems, understood the difference between objective beauty and objective ugliness. Another more recent example of this disrupting ugly beauty would be Chappelle Roan's pig nose outfit. Look at the whole image. On the one hand, she has lovely striking hair, an elegant satin dress, tastefully done makeup, and also an eerily realistic prosthetic pig nose. A huge aspect of this trend is this need to distance oneself from the very core idea of beauty, that is order and harmony, while also presenting it as maybe, possibly, kind of appealing. It's way more disturbing than Marilyn Manson because it gets under your skin. It's almost beautiful, but then it's horribly not. There's this need, this strange impulse to create a fracture in the mind, a kind of alienation. Chappelle Roan is a perfectly lovely young woman. Why does she feel the need to alienate herself from the very idea of beauty so disturbingly with these weird stunts? What about Michelle Lamy, the French fashion icon and the wife and muse of Rick Owens? And also, maybe you're maybe not a witch or whatever. If you look closely at Lamy, you can see great bone structure, a lovely face, long, beautiful hair. I'm not picking on her. She's clearly capable of being a beautiful woman, but she has deliberately gone out of her way to make herself distressing to look at while presenting it as beauty or some kind of high alternative to beauty. That is, everyone and their cat can see that she's disturbing to look at, similar to how Manson is disturbing to look at. But unlike Manson, she's presenting this ugliness as beauty. Not that I've ever heard her use the word beautiful. Her aesthetic choice here isn't about being born with bad skin or a wonky nose. She's choosing to be ugly, like Lady Gaga and Jenna Ortega and Miley Cyrus bleaching their eyebrows, or any of 1,000 other examples, like Julie Fox's so-called anti-glam, or the rising trends of ugly chic assaulting the catwalk and the red carpet, and increasingly everyday life. The mind recoils reflexively, not just because it's ugly, but because the ugliness is being presented as aspirational, whereas someone like Manson's ugliness was presented as a warning. You might say I'm being unfair because Lamy is around 80 in this photo in which she's carrying a bag to make it look like the severed head of her husband, Rick Owens. But fine, let's compare her to others her age who have chosen not to deliberately make themselves ugly. Here's Helen Mirren. Here's Judi Dench. Do they make you reflexively recoil? No, because they are aesthetically ordered, not disordered like Lamy. Let's just gloss over the fact that Lamy is insanely influential in Hollywood, which means that her aesthetic philosophy is trickling down to the rest of popular culture. And like her, countless celebrities have been embracing ugliness. But it's not just ugliness, or even the careless frumpiness we so often see now from the likes of Billie Eilish, but it's this weird, disturbing perversion of harmony and order, and it's everywhere, from Lady Gaga and Michelle Lamy to the strange disruption of facial features due to plastic surgeries meant to make originally beautiful faces harsh and off-putting. Before we talk about why this disturbing trend is growing, we need to take a moment to examine why it disturbs us. Remember when Aristotle was talking about the human need for imitation in addition to the need for harmony? Imitation allows us to see our general selves in the art, whatever form it takes, which therefore draws us to the story and allows us to empathize with the characters. This is the main thing that explains a lot of what makes the current popular characters and the actors in the stories in modern art so difficult for audiences to relate to. Whether it's movies and shows or books or the actors themselves, the farther away the imitation gets from real, living, recognizable human beings, the less able other human beings, us, will be able to empathize with them and enjoy them, still less to be inspired by them. I mentioned before how Aristotle regarded beauty as a key aspect of realism. This is because, as I said, the draw to beauty is a natural and important part of our human nature, so the lack of harmony and order, or beauty, in stories and art upsets the mind because it denies a key part of human nature. This lack of harmony can be further broken down. So we have all this ugliness being pumped into stories, both physically and in the character's behavior, and even in the writing and narrative disorder. This results in stories where the audience can't recognize the imitation of real human life. You're looking at the screen, or you're reading the page, or playing the game, and you get this unpleasant sensation, sometimes even a disturbing sensation in a subtle way that you often can't quite put your finger on. Because, as I said, it's human nature to be drawn to human beauty and harmony. If all the characters are ugly, it disturbs our human instincts. On top of that, very often, all these ugly characters also think beauty and harmony are bad. And then all the beautiful characters who value order are always all the time the villains that we're supposed to hate. And then the ugly, alienated characters who value disorder are always all the time the heroes with whom we're supposed to identify. Regular, normal, healthy-minded people won't recognize the resulting stories as representing recognizable humanity. This goes beyond being realistic or not and enters this weird, uncanny valley territory where the characters on the screen or on the page look like us in the sense that they're humanish bipeds, but they aren't us. They're some kind of alien, unreal thing that thinks ugliness is aspirational or something. Watching a random TV episode is becoming increasingly Lovecraftian in the philosophical sense. This is one of many, many, many reasons people don't watch these productions or read these books or play these games anymore. You might not even realize exactly what it is about the story that's so unsettling, but it's this. Your mind and your instinct are ordered in a certain way, and the media you're being fed is feeding something else, something with which your healthy mind is not compatible. It's like eating tiny doses of poison and then always feeling a little sick. But, you might ask, doesn't this need to recognize the human imitation justify the growing trend of ugly realism? The thing is, that kind of realism isn't realism. It's deliberate ugliness presented as more real than beauty. This suggests to the viewer that beauty itself isn't realistic. It also discourages the audience, especially young audiences, from pursuing beauty. Let's rephrase that. It discourages them from pursuing order and harmony, meaning that the growing prevalence of ugliness, specifically presented as realism, will result in a generation of humans who think that order, harmony, or aspiration of any kind is not only impossible but also fundamentally problematic. And that's the whole package. Physical health, mental health, aspirations and dreams, artistic pursuits, self-improvement, the improvement of your surroundings, cleanliness, neatness, correct grammar, correct vocabulary, dignity, self-respect, respect for others, good manners, and on and on and on. All of it will be thrown out in the name of so-called realism. We all know it. Ugliness is repulsive. It's supposed to be. Most people used to know it. And when writers would construct characters, it was something any sane or normal writer kept in mind. Beauty is essential for believable and enjoyable human stories. And, it's worth repeating, beauty is aspirational. Visually, no one is demanding supermodels and bodybuilders. No one is advocating for hyper-specific so-called standards of beauty. What we want is what Aristotle called harmonia, order and harmony. You might be asking yourself, to some degree anyway, what does it matter? Who cares if stories and celebrities and models and pop stars and influencers are all pushing this weird, disturbing ugliness? The thing is, mankind doesn't just crave beauty, we need it, like food. This craving is easy to explain. Everything has order. Order makes things operate properly. I'm speaking here in very essential, basic terms. For example, your heart is supposed to function in a certain way. If it does, then it is in order. The same goes for the mechanisms of society. Aspiring to be better than we are is what maintains the momentum of actual progress. That is, it's what allows humanity to improve. Insisting that stagnation or worse, reversal is somehow more realistic and therefore higher art results in the arresting of that momentum. As I've talked about before, society imitates art. If all art shows us is ugliness and vile behavior, then society will gradually no longer have anything to aspire to, so the act of aspiring will gradually go extinct. And so society will begin to move backwards. Like walking up a down escalator. If you try to go up, you'll either improve or at least maintain things well enough. If you stop moving, stop trying, you'll go backwards really fast. This sense of overall aspiration is represented visually with beauty. Beauty is the external, you could say, poetic, artistic depiction of aspiration. Men who are in very good shape are meant to inspire men and boys to constantly better themselves. Women who are very beautiful are meant to inspire women and girls to constantly pursue healthy beauty, and all the things that go along with that. That includes behavior and character. When a man or a boy sees a strong, handsome man, he then aspires to also be strong and handsome. This compels him to watch what he eats, build discipline, learn about health and how to defend himself and protect his family, and also why all those things are important. Beauty is naturally, broadly, aspirational. It used to be commonplace for little girls to look at beautiful women and feel inspired to also be beautiful, but in a very healthy or even neutral way. You know, so-and-so actress always looks so elegant and poised, I want to be like that. Or, I love the way blank does her hair, I want to do my hair just like that. Back in ye olden days, little girls had mythical characters and even saints to inspire them, and they were drawn in illustrations and even paintings as beautiful, because this is all normal and a healthy way for girls to explore their own style while also feeling inspired to push themselves to always be physically in order. For that matter, little boys had heroes who were drawn in their books as handsome and strong. Of course, this can get disordered, with insane fanaticism leading girls to believe that they aren't beautiful unless they look exactly like XYZ actress, or in today's case, exactly like XYZ TikTok filter. As I briefly mentioned before, this happened in China, when an entire generation of women decided that they weren't beautiful unless they looked exactly like Fan Bingbing. And so countless women got plastic surgery to make themselves look more like her. It's interesting to note that this happened in a communist regime, where society had been deliberately and violently emptied of a genuine cultural understanding of what makes beauty beautiful. So all they were told they could do was pursue equity. Well, we know Fan Bingbing is pretty, and everyone who is also pretty now looks just like her, so I'm going to get surgery to look just like all the other pretty girls so I don't stand out. This decays quickly into a society of women who don't know who or what they are, and women and men who idealize perfected artificiality instead of genuine beauty. Like it or not, beauty and aspiring to beauty and the real true sense of harmony and order and dignity is one of the weight-bearing beams of a healthy society. So, why is there such a strong push these days for beauty to be removed or even denigrated? Alright, let's go ahead and talk about communism, because no matter where I turn in the conversation about beauty and standards of beauty and whether or not pursuing beauty is a good thing, some fool always has to bring up the hairiest political philosopher in our modern history, our boy Karl Marx. Now, you might be asking yourself, and you might not, but you might be asking yourself, what the hell does communism have to do with beauty? Well, I mean, everywhere I turn, these dudes just keep popping up, so I guess one begins to see a pattern. One example, you're probably familiar with Hieronymus Bosch's The Garden of Earthly Delights, a work from the late 15th or early 16th century, the center section of a triptych which depicts the rapid decline that occurs when humans give in to their every temptation. Did you know that the original title in Dutch that he gave this painting translated literally to The Garden of Lust? And in fact, that or some variation on it was how it was known and how it was interpreted for hundreds of years. Until this guy came along, Wilhelm Franger, a German art historian and art critic from the first half of the 20th century. He shifted the popular perception of this painting into something more like an innocent exploration of human desire, thus popularizing the new English title. Wilhelm Franger was also a member of the KDP, that is, the Communist Party of Germany. I won't bore you with the details, but Franger didn't like weird, backwards words like grotesque and hell and demon, which to him had no real meaning anymore, and so they couldn't be used without muddying the, true meaning of this painting. Instead, he literally refers to the central panel as a paradise. I don't want to be accused of cherry-picking single examples, so let's have a look at the larger overall communist philosophy, beyond just this one dude. It has been observed by others besides myself that Marxism is, at its roots, an aesthetic philosophy. One of the best summaries of Marxist aesthetics that I have ever read was this paper entitled Ugly and Monstrous Marxist Aesthetics, which was delivered at a humanities conference in 2006. It puts forward the conclusion that Marxism was ultimately a set of aesthetic beliefs, one that paradoxically called for the temporary cessation of all attempts to create beautiful artwork. This paper is a great jumping off point if you want to study the writers and thinkers who solidified the Marxist philosophy of beauty that has, in current year, permeated all of Western civilization. It's linked in the description. So, what exactly is the Marxist philosophy towards art and aesthetics? Well, buckle up, because this madness is wet. One of the core tenets of Marxism is this idea that within any system or society that isn't communist, but oh boy, especially capitalism, the individual human being has been dehumanized, something Marx called objectification, which is to say, people had been objectified. They had been turned into pieces of machinery designed to produce and consume capital. This, Marx says, is the highest of all evils, I guess. Part of the reason for that was that, according to him, it elevated man's self-serving animal instincts, which disallowed the spontaneous creation of true beauty. So, true beauty, particularly beauty in art, isn't really possible outside the perfected human experience within utopian Marxism. Hang on, this is actually hilarious. Let me have 1 second here to make fun of this stupidity, please. Marx literally believed that if you were doing any kind of work in order to feed yourself or otherwise provide for your bodily needs, then you were alienated from your work and therefore miserable. because serving your bodily needs was something that only animals do. So if a human did that, it was debased. So this guy actually said that in a perfect communist society, no one would have to work to provide for themselves in any way. And all day long, we would all just have these exhalations of pure creation when we labor to create art, and it was perfection itself, and only then would we not be alienated from our work. So if you grow a tomato in your garden in order to use it to feed yourself, or if you paint a beautiful painting and then sell it so you can pay your rent, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're oppressed and you're behaving like an animal and you need communism to save you. I can't believe I wasted entire hours of my life reading this trash. Even our super popular corporate slop word authenticity is Marxist in origin. It's a word which, in its current common usage, means literally nothing. It's being used, however, to suggest that there is no such thing as beauty. There is only authenticity. Actresses, artists, writers, game makers, everyone breaks out this word of all words to describe their patently, insistently ugly selves or their ugly productions. Well, they'll say, it's authentic. Or some weird variation like, I'm expressing my true authentic self, or my authenticity, or some such nonsense. Which is exactly like saying there's only my truth and your truth, and there is no truth, or there is no right and wrong, good or bad, beauty or ugliness, there's just authenticity. Because, of course, authenticity is inherently subjective. Some freak can go kill a cat in an alley and say that he was merely being his authentic self and genuinely believe it. You, me, and the sheriff know that that's, pardon me, bullshit. So is all talk of aesthetic authenticity. The thing is, I believe we get this usage of the word authentic from Walter Benjamin, a hugely important Marxist who literally wrote the book on the Marxist political philosophy of aesthetics in the first half of the 20th century. That book being The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. He was also part of the Frankfurt School, along with a lot of other prominent, powerful, influential German communists, or I guess they like to call themselves Marxists. Whatever. Benjamin used the term authentic quite a lot to talk about the aura of art. The oversimplification is that authenticity is what happens when we get that perfect, pure exhalation of creation that Lex was talking about, because I think I'm getting this. So basically, if you're creating art by pure exhalation or whatever, then that means that you're not alienated from your art, which means that your art will actually have a human aura. This aura is absent when work is mass-produced for sale or something. That was the thrust of this book. So the goal is to give art a human aura, which is only possible if we're not alienated from the work. I hope you're still with me. But obviously, these authentic exhalations can't happen if we don't live in a perfect communist utopia. So if we don't live in a perfect communist utopia, authenticity has to happen when the art is, like, accurately representing our alienation from our work. That is what they mean when they say art has to be political. There is no perfect communist utopia, so all art has to represent how miserable we all are because we aren't living in a perfect communist utopia. I'm not oversimplifying that. That's the literal essence of Marxist aesthetics. The takeaway there is that characters are ugly because that's the only way for them to be in a world that isn't a perfect communist utopia. So when they are ugly like that, they really are, according to Walter Benjamin, authentic. Another highly, highly influential art philosopher was Herbert Marcuse, yet another fun-loving German Marxist, and also, interesting detail, later a member of the Office of Strategic Services, which was the early version of the CIA. According to him, you're actually not allowed to put beauty in your art. Not that we can really expect sense from a guy who believed that reason and logic were oppressive, and facts were the language of the oppressor, whatever the hell that means. In a word, according to Marxism, art has to be ugly. But if you do this well, then it gets put on a pedestal. Ah, yes, you see, this art makes me uncomfortable. This video game character is subtly disturbing. This model on the runway is deliberately hideous. That's excellent, you see. This art is all authentically representing our misery. Therefore, this ugly art is beautiful. The uglier you are, the uglier you behave, the better you are embodying the Marxist principle that we don't get to have nice things until we all submit to the communist utopia. Okay, so that's what all the Marxists say. But is that really what this is all about? Is it really true that the only reason beauty has been erased from art and culture is because of some symbolic political representation of how much we're all supposed to be longing for the great socialist utopia? If you think about it, that's completely insane. So what is at the root of it? Why is communism and its ideological and aesthetical adherents so violently averse to beauty that they have to not only avoid it, but also destroy and subvert it? For one thing, it's worth remembering that communism has never once created anything of any lasting cultural value. I mean, civilizationally. Every time they occupy a given culture, they destroy, 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 just as we're seeing now in the West. In China, the Four Olds, which were pillars of Chinese society, were completely demolished. And what was left? Nothingness. An artificial culture full of emptiness. Look at what happened in Russia. The question bears asking, why destroy something beautiful if you're not going to replace it with something even more beautiful? Why destroy beauty at all? Why? First of all, there is an interpretation, or rather a kind of grotesque but not completely inaccurate reduction of communism's popularity among certain people that could be summed up as jealousy. Communism, in all its philosophical, sociological, and social pomps and works, endeavors to mandate equality. Why? That's a loaded question, but how about we oversimplify for the sake of discussion? The simple motivation for a lot of people, the draw of communism, is jealousy. A poor man is jealous of the wealth of a rich man, and so wants the state to give a large portion of that rich man's wealth to him. He has no interest in working for his own wealth, he just wants other people to not be wealthy. Even if he stays poor, that's still okay, as long as everyone else is also poor, because then he can go through life without the constant pang of jealousy making him insane with rage every hour of every day. Wealth, or even the work ethic to build wealth, is a so-called social advantage. And social advantages are bad for the collective because they make some people feel jealous or inadequate, which threatens the illusion that this is all a utopia. I mean, I'm being harsh, but that's it in a nutshell. To this end, beauty is also inherently anti-communist. Yes, even within the so-called communist utopia. Beauty, according to some people, is a social advantage with which a person is either born or not. I don't know that that's true, but that's neither here nor there. The fact is, tons of people believe that. In the L.P. Hartley novel, Facial Justice, the communist-esque regime has made it illegal to be too beautiful or too ugly. In this utopia, there has to be physical equity, so beautiful women have to have plastic surgery to have their faces replaced with a less beautiful one. And ugly women get to have plastic surgery to make their faces more or less just like every other woman. This is pushed not just by the regime, but also by catty women of a certain social standing who earn the right to complain and moderate complaints. So yes, that's definitely a factor, one that we see every day in real life in current-day Western civilization. But here's the biggest issue as I see it. So much of this, so much of this comes back to the idea that the entire system of thought that birthed Marxism was nurtured in the postmodernist philosophical primordial goop that had as its number one goal the complete eradication of objective morality. Because if you accept the idea that there is such a thing as objective order or harmony, that is, objective beauty, if you say beauty and order and harmony exist and are objectively identifiable, that implies that there is such a thing as objective right and wrong. If it's true that things need to be in a certain order to be properly ordered, then it's true that there is such a thing as true order and disorder. Therefore, it's true that there is such a thing as right and wrong. That is to say, if there is such a thing as beauty, there is such a thing as objective good and objective morality. If you reject the concept of right and wrong, you must also reject the concept of beauty. It stands to reason then that one of the biggest reasons so many philosophers of the 20th century have taken it upon themselves to cast doubt on the entire objective concept of beauty is because it is directly adjacent to the concept of objective good. If you don't want one, you have to get rid of the other. It's that simple. Beauty isn't about tastes or opinions or even fetishes or kinks or sexual attraction. Beauty is about proper order and harmony. It is one of the critical weight-bearing pillars of a civilized, healthy society. There is a reason it is under attack. In 1984, Yuri Bezmenov, a Soviet defector who had been a high-ranking member of the KGB, was interviewed. Within this interview, he talked about the overt and open communist plan to, as he phrased it, ideologically subvert the American people. Very quick sidebar. Soviet Russia was trying very hard to be a communist utopia, so all art that didn't directly serve the communist system had to be destroyed. This is where you get a unique paradoxical occurrence. Communists, as I've shown here, believe that art has to be ugly to be authentic. Yet, in Soviet Russia, we have all these accounts of leadership condemning and gulagging people for making art that was ugly and depicted alienation. This is because inside a communist utopia, it's, not possible to feel alienated from your work. So depicting it would be inauthentic. Art was one of the tools Soviet leadership used to maintain the illusion of a utopia. Art was also one of the very things that helped undermine the Soviet illusion of a utopia. I'm talking about writing especially. Writers were some of the most important cultural and ideological counterweights to the corrosive power of communism on the hearts of the people. which is why so many were banned, gulagged, or forced into exile. Returning to Bezmenov, in this interview, when he was explaining the specific method used by the Soviet regime to ideologically subvert Americans, he was describing essentially the most effective way to undermine a population's given moral and ideological ideas. In fact, a word he uses fairly often is demoralization, which is exactly how many people describe feeling when they look at our Western society's increasing lack of genuine beauty, and particularly what it has been replaced with. I want you to listen to this section and think about the state of our schools right now, and the state of publishing, Hollywood, and the rest of the mass media.
When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. The main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black. You still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible.
As he said, all you have to do is look around and you can see the truth of what he's talking about. We've already touched on communist ideology, so let's take a step back and look more broadly at the principles of human cultural control underneath what he's talking about here. Let's say, for the sake of discussion, that this policy of ideological subversion and demoralization is present in mass media and educational institutions today to whatever degree. I personally don't believe that that's that big of a leap. It stands to reason that no matter where the ideology of subversion comes from, they would use the same methods to propagate their own message, right? I mean, they're effective methods, so it makes sense to use them. Now, imagine you use the methods he laid out here, or methods like them, in order to alter the perception of other aspects of reality besides just the perception of communism. What if you use this ideological demoralization to undermine a given population's regard for true beauty and its extremely important aspirational qualities? What if you instilled in the soft minds of children, as he said, the idea that there is no such thing as beauty, or ugliness, or right and wrong, or good and bad? What if an entire generation of children grew up thinking that the idea of beauty, or truth, or aspiration is inherently problematic, or, somehow fascist or something? Is that, or is that not, exactly what is happening? And so, if Bezmenov is right about even half of what he said, what do you think that says about the future of Western civilization? As I said before, the entire concept of beauty and aspiring to high ideals and high standards that are placed before us from childhood in our art and our stories and our media is one of the really important tools that allows society to retain its health. Like the analogy I gave before about walking up a down escalator. Society is always tending towards decay, so constantly trying to keep it beautiful and healthy is the only way to maintain society.
Welcome
that is
to my
say,
channel.
constant effort and work is necessary just to stay
Hello.
still, just as if you were going up a down escalator. Of course, from time to time you might even jump up a few steps, but doing nothing and believing that nothing needs to be done results in stagnation. And stagnation doesn't keep you still. It brings about an almost immediate decay. Which is to say that if there is a true and genuine campaign to destroy the idea of beauty and the drive to aspire to beauty, that means that the ones behind such a campaign must have as their end goal the decay of society. It could be said, it wouldn't even really be that big of a stretch, that one of the main reasons beauty is being removed from everything could be because there is a larger campaign in place to alter the population's perception of reality. In this case, the reality of beauty and aspiration. Why? I shudder to think, but just as the Soviets were lying when they promised equality, so too are all the people who are promising that removing beauty supposedly makes us better. It doesn't. It makes everything worse and it makes us miserable. They are lying. Just look around and tell me if walking down the street makes you feel good or disturbed. Do you feel uplifted or enriched when you watch an episode of Euphoria? Or... I genuinely don't know what else is popular these days. Maybe it's time to switch off the weird, ideologically subversive corporate feeding tube and focus on making ourselves and our world a little more beautiful. And finally, listen to people when they tell you what they think is beautiful. It will tell you everything you need to know about them. As always, thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time.
What about... Can't. Like it was a cool idea. Oh!
Well, this is awkward. You know, when Silent Hill 2 Remake got announced, I didn't think it looked too good. There was a massive controversy surrounding this game for a few years that a lot of us fell for. See, the developer of this title, Bloober Team, had made a few games before this one that weren't to many people's liking. I myself played just one, that being the medium, and while I personally wasn't offended by its subject matter, at the end of the day, mostly because I didn't think the game was terribly memorable to begin with, I was surrounded by a lot of folks at the time who were. This would lead to me taking their word for it and sort of unconsciously adopting their opinions as my own. I know. Disgusting. I would go out in public and talk shit about this game like I actually cared about it, making multiple inflammatory comments about Bloober Team, again with very little context on what their games were like. How young and foolish I was. As time went on, I would engage very negatively with SH2R as well. I mean, the first few trailers aren't great to say the least. The characters looked weird, iconic moments seemed too on the nose, and the gameplay felt so action-heavy, which, despite previous Silent Hill titles featuring a lot of combat, battling enemies wasn't something this franchise had ever excitedly reveled in to this rockin' degree. It felt like Konami was advertising RE4 or something. Let's just say a lot of turmoil and strife arose from this time, leading all the way up to this game's release. Very harsh words were thrown around that resulted in I myself taking a year-long introspective retreat away from social media. More on that later. When I actually played Silent Hill 2 Remake, I was surprised by a lot of things, most notably that the game wasn't bad and looked a lot better than it did in its trailers. It was, in fact, a pleasant surprise, and while I don't think the game is perfect by any means, at the end of the day, I came away from it pleased. I had fun, and everything about this title was handled as artistically as a modern-day AAA video game can be. Bloober not only remade the game for a modern audience, but most importantly, remade everything from the original SH2. Like, even the dog ending is here. James speaks Polish instead of Japanese. It's cute. So to all of that, to the final product that we actually got, I have to say it. Dobra robota, Bloober Team. The biggest thing about SH2R that really caught me off guard in the most positive way was its hidden narrative implications, that being its connection to the infamous loop theory, which, for the record, is a creative lens I think is pretty cool and have enjoyed viewing the original game through. Not once during my apprehensive phase towards this remake did I ever think, hey, maybe there's a reason why the trailers make the game look so different. Maybe instead of being like a Resident Evil remake, Bloober Team might actually have the creative liberty in using Silent Hill's supernatural world to its advantage. Maybe they're trying to tell a new version of SH2's story, like Resident Evil remakes tend to do. So that's where this video comes into play. My friends, SH2R is not actually a remake. It's a sequel that might take place years later. I myself came away from this updated narrative with even more appreciation than I had before for this series. Believe it or not, but SH2R actually helped me see certain things a lot clearer. So with all that build-up out of the way, it's time we finally take a look at SH2 Remake. This isn't going to be a step-by-step breakdown and analysis of the entire game like I've done before. Instead, I'll be talking about my biggest takeaways and my own thoughts on what this game is saying. Also, having prior knowledge of the original PS2 game would be beneficial for watching this video. So, let's start with some gameplay nitpicks.
Hey, you're talking about the remake? That game sucks!
Hey guy, are you just saying that because he told you to?
Yes! Don't drag me into this! I don't want any part of this drama!
That's just like you, Robbie. Always a troublemaker. But when you make trouble for your friends, you're nowhere to be found.
Oh, what do you know?
The gameplay of SH2R is a bit of a mixed bag for me. Its mechanics are very well polished, movement and combat feel good to engage with, melee attacks feel impactful, and guns perform strongly in both their utility and sound design. The cracks begin to show when put through extended use. Since this game is faithfully adapting SH2, the enemy variety and design is a lot weaker than, say, any other Silent Hill title. Like in the original game, you'll be facing off against an army of lying figures, nurses, mannequins, and of course, a handful of fights with the hanging Mandarin creatures. Each of these ghouls act in the ways you'd expect, but the sheer amount of copy and paste encounters from those first 3 wore me down after a while. We still only get our 3 guns and 1 melee weapon for the entire game, so sadly there isn't a lot of variety in how you dispatch these creatures. It's a repetitive combat experience to say the least, and while that isn't an inaccurate summation of what Silent Hill combat is like, most of the original titles make it much easier to run away from battles. The camera is now fixed over James's shoulder, so combat being more of a focus makes sense for this modern design. My issue with the amount of combat is that it all plays out similarly for a while. James is equipped with the aforementioned weapons and a generous dodge. Should you choose to engage in combat, you'll be performing the same dance of dodging and death against every single opponent. As you'd imagine, that formula gets stale after a while. Of course, for those of us with the dedication and wherewithal, making it past enemies in a more classic survival horror way is possible, albeit a little more difficult than what you'd expect from SH. If you play smart and channel that classic Resident Evil skill set early on, you can lessen the exhaustion of combat encounters later. Like most SH games, melee attacks play a big role in the minute-to-minute combat. Since this is a modern third-person shooter, kneecapping enemies then running past them is obviously a great strategy for saving ammo. Once you have a good supply, remember, this is still an SH game, you can carry an armory crate's worth of ammo in your infinite inventory, you can easily cut through crowds of monsters in the mid to late game. Getting to this more RE4 feeling side of the combat experience with running and gunning was legitimately fun, I cannot lie. I don't know how I figured this out, but I also discovered that shining your light in the direction of hidden mannequins is what aggroes them. As long as you don't expose them to direct light, they won't wake up. You can avoid a lot of mannequin fights by doing this. It honestly makes creeping around these sleeping porcelain fools an exciting movement puzzle that felt very classic. As soon as I figured this out, their weak hide-and-seek skills began to make more sense to me. Their out-in-the-open placement is likely very intentional, so you could sneak around them. So while it is more of a challenge to shake off enemy pursuit, it is possible to avoid battles altogether in a roundabout way, and I'd say I'd recommend it until you have enough ammo to deal with everything more directly. Silent Hill's combat has always been a means to an end, and certainly not the main reason why I play these games. Overall, the combat to me felt like a much more polished and fun adaptation of what Homecoming was trying to achieve. SH2R's mechanics are good, it's just in certain spots things can get rough, and it's unfortunate that the rough stuff is the early game. I know this was Bloober's first game to feature traditional combat, and while I think it's an entirely good foundation to build off of, I was actively looking for ways to shorten encounters sooner than I would have liked to. Just so everyone knows, I have also played their second combat-heavy game, Chronos: The New Dawn, and I really liked it. Chronos is a game filled with uniquely designed challenges that use its mechanics in well-thought-out ways. To me, it also feels a lot better mechanically, so Bloober is already improving in this area of design. I'm excited to see what they have in store for their future SH1 remake, given Chronos' more varied combat gameplay. My second issue with 2R, and I'd say this is a much larger problem, is for whatever reason, every single area in this game has been extended. The structure of the levels has been changed and added onto, which in turn adds further context to some of the more iconic moments of SH2, while also, unfortunately, contributing to an ungodly amount of backtracking at times. Old puzzles are now lengthened with new puzzle pieces. For example, in the original game, you can run straight to the apartment as soon as you get to the town. Now you have to do a 3-part quest to collect items for a jukebox, so James can remember where he has to go next, the apartments. In said establishment, there was a one-off puzzle where you had to mess with the hands of a clock to open a secret passageway. In Remake, to get those very same hands, you have to complete, you guessed it, a 3-part side quest that all unlock the hands in sequence before you can move on. Every single returning puzzle is like this, and when you know what's about to happen in the story and the game throws another gauntlet of fetch quests at you, the exhaustion begins to set in. I also did not appreciate how every area puzzle is covered in a sheet that James has to remove like a magician's act. It makes each area feel more gamey now than the original's more immersive, realistic design. By the time you get to the Lakeview Hotel, the sheet is already taken off the music box. It's like someone decided this wasn't a very good idea at the 11th hour of development. The silver lining to the game's new extended design is that a lot of SH2R's puzzles operate on Resident Evil logic, where if you know the solutions, you could just key them in, finishing them early. In the hospital and hotel, most of the puzzles have rewarding skips for repeat playthroughs, and it feels really good conquering the levels at a faster rate. All areas except for the prison have ways to shorten their runtime, and this definitely mitigates the strain of the game's backtracking. Overall, the actual visual and physical construction of these remake environments is extremely well done. I had so much fun exploring and staring at all of the new detail on display. The only location that I can say definitively sucks is the Toluca prison. Originally, you had to find 3 tablets and 3 random objects to escape this very small building. The new prison is like an actual real-life prison, with multiple cell blocks packed with the same enemies, just waiting to consume more of your precious time. This is where I was absolutely mag dumping every monster that got in my way. The animal scale puzzle is cumbersome after hours of combined backtracking and combat encounters. Of course, after you solve that entirely new puzzle, the game now throws the noose puzzle at you earlier. If you choose the wrong crime, you fall into an enemy arena. Thankfully, you can leave these as soon as you enter, but that's the pervasive issue at play here. SH2R, in a lot of ways, feels deliberately designed to keep you in its levels for as long as humanly possible, whether you're having fun or not. Puzzles aside, for seemingly no reason, James has to reach into more holes, toilets, and break down the same Homecoming-style walls over and over again. Just like in the original game, entering the prison requires jumping into a few pits of darkness. For no reason at all, you have to press the X button 2 to 3 times to make James cautiously step towards the edge before jumping in. Like, why couldn't we just have this in the way it was in the original game? Choose to jump down and a cutscene of him dropping in plays. There's no other name for this besides padding. This all probably comes down to the original game being about 6 to 8 hours long. As we all know, social media loves crying foul if a game is at minimum 20 hours in length, but that's a conversation for another time. On my replays, I desperately looked for any way to shorten the prison section, and while I'm sure speedrunners have discovered their own strats, I couldn't figure out anything tangible like I did for the other levels. This to me feels a lot more like a publisher decision than a developer one. I mean, why would Bloober Team lovingly remake every single level just to do this, if not for publisher interference? On a much brighter note, the visual and audio design of each area is downright phenomenal. There's also some really great narrative expansion and environmental storytelling added to each locale, as well through new environmental detail and files. The extended jaunt through the iconic East-South Vale district had me excitedly exploring every inch of this place. Getting to see so much more of this neighborhood in modern graphical fidelity was a real treat. The amount of interiors we get to explore is unbelievable. Getting to explore the bookstore, doctor's office, multiple apartment buildings, the music store, the department store, a barber shop, and this particular Happy Burger establishment made this the most real Silent Hill has ever felt. A lot of these places were just facade in the original game, so it's exciting to actually step through their doors. After the apartments and Rosewater Park, the west end of South Vale is just as detailed, with brand new locations never before seen in OG SH2. I loved slowly walking through and taking in all of the atmosphere in the movie theater. I loved seamlessly entering and checking out the bowling alley up close. The new garage and streets add more banter for James and Maria, and the looming historical society ominously awaited my return from the hospital. Seeing the town in this light made it feel more apparent that real people actually used to live here at some point. It gets you thinking about whether or not the town these lost souls are trapped in is the real place the cult unleashed hell on, or just a disconnected simulacrum of it all. As I arrived at the apartments on my first playthrough, I had taken like 150 PS5 screenshots because I was spending so much time taking in all the detail, like the eroded concrete outside of the department store entrance, for example. This game is eye candy, but I kinda wish there was an actual first-person view mode so I can see everything up close. This can actually hurt some of the original detail. Like in Angela's room, you can still see her ripped up family photo, but you can't zoom in or click on it like you could in OG. I'm sure a majority of new players missed this completely. I really liked seeing James physically pick up keys and mark points of interest on his map, Uncharted, LA Noir style. SH has always had the best maps, and now they're...
Hello man, hello. Oh! Welcome. Hope your stream was fun. Oh, welcome. Sorry, it's kinda early here. I don't know. How much does it cost? 42%. No.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Fortune such as this, do try not to lose it.
No. Can I?
Exp Collector. Welcome to my channel.
This, Slavko.
Buying to reach our Kolikohu.
Hmm? Not so good, Mr. Yeti. Šta ima Slavko? Kada ti igraš Helldivere 2?
Danas će da padnu Helldiveri 2 za slobodu, to pod obavezno. Sad trenutno igram Killing Floor.
Drago mi je. A znam da si završio ono, ali tako?
Pass. Yes. Ali kao nisam daily.
Zbog?
Pa eto, kao ajde da...
Ne nego zbog. I čekam objašnjenje.
Pa zbog toga što sam sad upalio.
Skupljaš pojene za sledeći, jel tako?
Ne, bacim par komada u par meča, ono, iskuliram. Što?
Jeste.
Why not?
Jeste.
Moram Prism Long, pa to nije lepo ili ja?
Znam. Savjetujem ti normalno da staviš. Ja volim da igram s tobom, naravno kad ti pukne igra, onda uživam.
Da, tad je najbolje.
Onda uživam. Odigramo rundu 2, pukne server. Pap, iskonektujete. I jade se u piški od sreće. Citiram tebe.
Pa jeste. Toliko čoveče čekam ceo dan da upalim i kurac palac i kad hoću da igram ono me zajebava, brate. Misli kako je meni.
Ja nagađam da...
Ma može solo, ali jebeš solo.
Ja nagađam da kad više igrača uđe imaš veći broj neprijatelja. Znači ima više neprijatelja, to te razlika između toga što ti igraš solo i ono u timu. Nije što ti igraš bolje gore ili ne, jednostavno manje neprijatelja ima na ekranu, igra mora da se bori s manje stvari od jednom. Što će reći da je igra šta? Dobro optimizovana. Ko kurac? Šta god pričali o Helldiverima 2, jebote, još se nije desilo, bar se ja ne sećam, možda svaki prestupni meč, razumeš, da ti pap pukne ili se diskonektuješ, razumeš, ili nešto, ili da ne možda se rekonektuješ. Čekaj, ako pukne, ja se sećam da 99% šansi imaš da se vratiš nazad u lobby, osim ako nije pun. Oko mene memorija služi.
Zipline in place. Oh my god.
Yes.
Ide gas.
Tu, very well.
Da.
Ali humor you, šta kaže. Ili ti raspoložit ćete. Vidimo koliko brzo možemo da ti... Let's see how fast we can kill my friend's game. Crashing down, killing floor 3. Thanks for raid. If I didn't...
TNX for raid.
I didn't say that already.
Grease them up. Yeah, baby.
Dok nisam otvorio čitav Battle Pass, osjećao sam kao ajde to da uradim. Međutim, čak ni onda ne moraš da žuriš, zato što u suštini, kako su napravili te supply pass-ove, jeli? Kao u Deep Rocku, traju neograničeno. Možda igraš sa prvi ako ćeš, isto kao u Helldiveru, također.
Pa tako nekako.
Za razliku od Hanshodan i ostalih govana da ako u tom trenutku nisi aktivan, no, žao mi je, sklanjam.
Taj pozum.
Call of Duty isto i Battlefield i ta govana. Ne daj Bože da ti daju stari kontent koji je također u igri. Znaš, sav taj kontent, svi ti skinovi, govna, kozmetike, baneri, sve to još uvijek u igri, samo ne možeš da mu pristupiš, znaš.
Pa samo.
Samo to i ništa više.
Ola.
Jeste. Pojma, nema šta je bilo. Let's go ballistic. Oh my god. Give dodge to the timid. Brat. Šta je ovo? Locate the drain, locate cargo bay. Thanks.
Zip line's ready. Try not to plummet to your deaths. Keep quiet.
Ne. Oh shit.
Ajmo shop, ima jedan neprijatelj. A usput možeš i samo da ne pogine. Ima ovdje sentry. Kuku, će ga utepa.
Open up an armor crate. You're welcome.
Opa, armori.
Come over and grab a vest, lads.
Kaže, locate the helipad. Oh, mighty fire.
This should work. And remember, good food presentation enhances the diving experience.
Ajde, doći.
Have fun with it. We're already seeing movement on the radar. Hold on tight.
Do you have any clue what you do? Be careful, or you might attract more than just your intent.
To je neka skriptovana runda, mora da će doći tipa oni mali neprijatelj, njih milion.
Sad će idem.
Pa zato što sam odradio neki kao taj quest chain, ili će doći boss neki određeni, možda scavenger i kimere ili tako nešto, šta ja znam.
Excellent purchase.
kamen.
You lot ain't invincible. Come grab some armor. What's that chainsaw?
Pazi, sirenica. Debeli. Debeli. Dobre, prebegli smo. Lagano. Lagano. Sedimo ovdje baš.
Imam još 2 alata, ne znam da li smo što već zaboravili. Onaj laboratorij sam odradio.
Neki armor.
Da smatram da kao ono. Yes, we did. A nisam dobio ništa municije, a? Kako glupo radi. Znači moraš da prebaciš na oružje za koje ćeš da dobiješ municiju, da tapneš ulti i onda ti kao napuni 20% od max municije. To je bullshit. That's fine. To si ti upali, a?
No.
Šta točno? Ima ovdje par mjesta da mogu zidevi da se polupaju, to su ti prečice za ostatak nivoa, a moraš recimo da stojiš malo u laboratoriji da bi skrek ili flash pound istrčko i iscepio mjesto.
Pretentious tech bollocks. Well, ain't he an impeccable dresser? At ease, everyone.
Lele, brate, eksplozivna situacija. Divno, zar ne?
Ne znam šta ti kažem. Good luck! Good luck, have fun.
Thanks.
Ne znam da bi bilo dobro mjesto da se stane.
Negdje unutra.
Pa da, ako ćemo stojima na poljima da nas sačgu ovaj bube.
Nagneju.
Da, bube. Bube čeka slabo. Što imaju tendenciju da se penju po zidovima i od spolja ti skaču na glavu. Vidi si kako se, ono kad se buba zabaguje pa vidiš tačno kako kroz zidove prolazi i telepromptuje se. Našao sam pod rum dolu.
A jesi?
Anything here we can use?
Pod's closed, Nightfall. Let's move out.
Kreći u on. Thanks.
Au, čuvaj se tu. Heal.
Vidi. Oh my god. Oh shit, moram malo samo da mi daš.
Ne, ja sam zalagao bio, znaš. Pobacio ne, ovaj će me ubiti. Kak?
Ubili te, vidim.
Onda ti si... Ove godih nema veze. Dobit ću pušku
Imao sam
sve
vamo
do
i
nazad.
kaska i...
Ma, samo ti... Puko mi u facu. Sadly. Sorry, no sorry. Shopping's fun. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes. You speak wisely. Shopping is fun, right? Yes.
Trebaju pare.
Ne. Dobio sam džabe 2 pištolja koji vrede više nego jedan med pištolj, tako da ono... Ja potreba. Ja pak imam više nego što sam imao. Znaš? Apsolutno. To što dobiš nazad primarno oružje mi je bilo jako skupo. Sekundarno je smešno i to. Uš! Mamu ti jebem. Odigram Han Shodan. Kad skočim preko Gilendera, on spusti pušku svaki put, znaš. Da bi se kao ćušnuo rukom gore. To neko od njih igrao taj, kako se zove, Hunt. To mu se svidjelo kako to tamo radi retardirano.
escort the Battle of Bratislava.
Nema više ništa. Još par neprijatelja ispred nas, to ti to.
Bloody spectacular light show.
Da, čitao sam, promenili su sad kad se završi runda one zelene, one mine što stavlja, onaj debeli, to se disponuje.
O, to je dobro.
To nije bio pre slučaj, znaš, nego to tako stavili između rundi i ono čisto da te malo sjeb.
Malo, a?
Malo, ne puno. Lečka.
How much was that again?
Jes, nisam kupio torbu s municiju, nema veze. Ne, gore neće šanse, nema. Gore skaču na glavu.
Bloody cockroach.
Ai, tante barulho.
Aj.
A chainsaw? You've got to be kidding me.
Leđa.
Time to turn off the voltage. Fire is my soul. ¡Qué subidón!
Yes.
Let's open you up, see what you're made of.
Na primjer, za par nula znam tačno gdje može da se polomi zidovi i vrata da se otvoljaju, ne znam baš za svako malo. Nešto nije logično, nešto moraš da bukvalno neko te prođe kroz zid da bi vidio gdje može se interaktu. Dobro, sad kamarišemo pare za kurac. Ovo što pasiv ima, kao, kako se zove, gunslinger, či prepnu sam para, znaš.
Pa da. Bolje idemo unutra, ovo je nešto.
Ma da, kara nas od gore, znaš.
Eyes on the straight.
Negdje imaš krov nad glavom. Viš, ovo nisam otvorio. Piju pičku, maternu. Stebi.
Haul it away.
Ti obiđi krugo oko mape, no?
Malo zezanje.
Power surge incoming.
Bravo, bravo.
Location marked.
Explosive
Oh
mutation, super.
my god.
Super. Dib.
Ko preživi pričat će. Kako ono kažu. Ajajajajajaj, Puerto Rico. Da li vredi uzeti možda šok trepove pa se zatvoriti negdje? A ovo je sranje od ćeš da stiš. Ovako mi tvore nama dobro.
There's a story here, a real nasty one.
Da li mogu da uzem još trepova? Mislim da je bilo fora da možeš. Ne možeš. Wave limit reached. Možeš određen broj da kupiš. 8 do 10 po rundi, tako neka glupost. Skaču do zgona vrata, pazi. Samo se stvori na vrate, znaš, od uzgo scroll.
None of you won't go anywhere. That's the trouble.
Moramo da idemo da.
Aha.
Mnogo dolazi ih pa upo i govorim. Wow.
Dole idemo, ajmo.
Put those drills away. You might get hurt, son.
Ide ti je pauk ispod noge.
Leđa. Odlično.
Manje skida ova kiselina nego kod debelko eksplodira, znaš.
Ma to, dobro, super. Čekaj, gdje me sad vodi opet neke greške, neke pičke lepe materine. Ne. Znam da glupavi s ovim putanjama. I dalje, mislim.
Ukazuje šopku, recimo, koji nije aktivan. Viđa čitav krug, no?
Would have preferred a military discount, but I'll take it.
Welcome, welcome. Enjoy your stay.
Daj da mu damo neki dinar, ba ti si mu dao sve.
No, dosta ćemo biti.
Evo i tebi neki dinar da bi imao, ili ja?
Da kupim municiju. Ima na jedno mjesto da se otključava armor, samo nemam pojma gdje. Level 7. I don't know about that. Možda je dobar. Ne su oni mali scavengeri. Buđevi. Kako mi na kurac ide. Ovdje ti opišu.
Leđa.
Šta bez leđa, pa teleportom mi se sleđa, znaš?
Hour 13 coming.
Nekako skoče na tebe, znači bukvalno kroz beton skaču, išao u donju platformu ispod nogu. Dođu dole ispod ivice i izgličuju, kao kad igraš Helldivere, znaš kad ti buba skoči kroz stenu bije, takav osjećaj. Isti. Drža mu. Leđa. Išao ovaj, na primjer, prošao pored tebe i skočio na mene. Dok si se ti okrenuo na prvo. Nevjerovatno. Ne znamo odakle dolazi, znaš. Više ne postavljam pitanje.
Not ideal timing.
Nice. Ovo sam dobar s oružjima za ovu kravicu. Koji je bravo? Ona je spao, šta? Zajebaš?
Ne znam.
Je spao. Welcome. Where is the other guy? Umro, šta?
Don't know.
Evo ga ovaj level 10 farbak, vidi. Šta se zbio?
Auto guns ready. Bloody sight more reliable than you lot.
slučaju da su ti išli na kurac, ona mala golna, evo imaš još.
Znao sam tebe da će se prevariti.
A još on je dobio samo materijal od bossa i nešto malo ovoga sitnog, mislim dobili sve ostalo.
Pa da.
A dobro, nema veze, dobio za zadnju rundu što je.
Uglavnom sam čovječe ono...
Hoćeš da
odradio sve, kompletan daily jebot.
Jest, nice, thanks. Evo malo Tekken.
Tekken?
Ne, nisi gledao Dnevnik. Kad oni igraju Pro Soccer i kako se onaj visoki lik, onaj iz sada, onaj glavonje, Milan Milanković.
Milan je mislim.
Da, oni igraju futbol, znaš, i protiv ove Sofije, kako se zove, Sofije Gdere. Kaže Sofija, prava si Bugarka. Ovaj kaže, ma daj, kaže batalio, kaže, ajmo malo Tekken. Kaže, da vidiš kad uzmem Huaranga, a kaže, krenem da bijem, leva, desna. Ali čitav skeč to, pa onda dođe Murija, ova dvojica likova kao, ono mladi kao pozadnica. Kada dolazi, sedi lik, skida šapku, uzima joystick, igra protiv Sofije, Sofija ga opet udere. Znači, fora ne igra najbolji futbol svih njih. Čaj. Teo sam da ti preporučim za pištolj, da zameniš regularnu strelicu za eksplozivnu. Da možeš sam sebe da... Nije to puno healtha, ali dok trčkaš i dok te jure možeš da pucaš sebi pod nogi s pištoljem, da se dohealuješ malo.
Bouncing, kako si mi beše rekao da je...
Nije bouncing, to ti je na healing pištolj i izabereš umjesto regularne strelice, izabereš explosive healing. Tako se zove. Cancel. Motherfucker. Ground control to Major Tom.
Interesantno. A kao pasiv šta preporučuješ u toj kombinaciji?
Šta gore ćeš? Pročitaj pa vidi sam. Ja mislim da možda uzmeš toksik ili tako nešto.
Ne. Misli se nešto defanzivno.
Pa onda uzmi. Samo da stavim UV light. Armor repair, equip. Nice. Ovo je sad jeftinije.
Napravio sam ih. Combat Cure, Explosive. radi na Berserker klasi.
Rade, ne svaku klasiku koju znam.
A gledaj, da ubaci Berserker klasu, to ti kažem.
Šta mu je? Aha, sad ja to dobio level.
Ja napravi taj Explosive Cure Healing Tacts.
I snimio si ga, da?
Jest.
Very nice. Cut damage. Blikvi ni nemamo više. Startuju šemeć, ako imaš vremena, ako nemaš vremena, bo...
To je neki kraći.
Oil rig možeš li?
Može.
Stavi short slobodno.
Beetle's ready. Don't forget the sick bags on board in case anyone gets queasy.
Yes, yes.
Moram napravim sad jedan ladan nes. Posle ovoga.
Što, zagreješ se previše od toplih napitaka?
Ma, ne. Malo da se, razmrdam.
Sve tako. A još šta je ovo? Dobro. Sve umre ovaj. Neći. Hello, good luck. Borba, a? Mogu ih i nože pobiti.
Just learn to walk upright so that one day you may kneel before me.
Recimo 120 metaka free.
Can't spy on me. I built this whole bleeding system. Come over and grab a vest, lads.
Armor locker. Open two armor lockers. Sti dole ili gore?
Gore.
Idem sad. kažem ti ako nema nikog pored tebe, a nisi baš u opasnosti, kažem izvadi pištolj i pukni si pod noge malo.
Dobro.
Ako si kupio neki pištolj.
Ma jesam, kupio sam ovo da sam bolju unapređeniju verziju. Znaš.
Kako to misliš?
Pa nije s tom municijom nisam stavio.
To će reći da imaš jeftiniji skuplji pištolj, a nisi napravio dva tipa municije.
Jesam, samo municija, nisam stavio municiju ovu na taj.
Tačno znam da si to uradio. Ne moraš ni da prečiš.
Evo ću da stavim taj tu.
Da. Tebe već sunce bije u zatvorenom prostoru, reci mi, Slavko.
Ne.
That's approaching.
No, vrlo je otvoren. Znaš kako, ovaj normal radi jako loš posao. Pusti ljude da se chilluju i relaksuju se i čim prebaciš na bilo šta što nije normal, znači nebitno da li da imaš sad suicide, ali tako kao nivo težine.
Ima, da.
Čim prebaciš preko normalno, znači čim jedan se izdvoji, okruže ga 10 karakonžula, razumeš, i silovi. Zato kažem, normalno nije baš dobro balansiran po tom pitanju. Isto kao Helldiver ispod difficulty 4, možeš da soliraš čitavu mapu, niko ti ništa ne može. Čim pređeš šesticu, sedmicu, odeš i sam, ima dobro da se provedeš.
Gentlemen, we have a turret. Mine now. That's more like it.
Gdje je taj objekt?
Evo.
Dobiješ i materijal, znaš, kad stojiš ovdje.
Aha.
I XP bonus. Al sunset kati.
Reloading a second.
To je to.
That's it. to do tebe, to je zbog toga što su ih ljudi kritikovali. Zašto za dva pištolja koji dele iste delove moram da kupujem 2 seta unapređenih delova, razumeš? Ako imam 2 pištolja koji su identični, 2 puške, hoću da pravim samo municiju, moram da napravim sve iste delove iz početka. To su ljudi pitali. Koji đavo, razumeš? To je to što si ti rekao kao, znaš, jedan dve varijante pištolja, ali ono, ne dele municiju jer ne mogu, moram da napravim istu takvu za drugi set. To sam ja isto primetio kad sam počeo craftujem oružje. To baš ono, wow. Bespotrebno. Bespotrebno, nemam mesta mu igru. Idemo još jednu rundu sa upgrade armor, please upgrade. Bet. Thanks. Ode ti, ne mogu te ja stići. Znači ja se gledam da idem bar pored nekoga, ti si od nas kilometar. Ne mogu ti pomoći ako si toliko daleko. Up. Yeah, watch out.
Ovo spali ovaj idiot.
Ma da gore, mamu mu, vidi ga da je stao. Vidi ga da je.
Dođi da je on.
Mokiram koliko mogu. Thanks. Taj. Mogu, veštica počela da vrišti, onaj stan njen me gura nazad, znaš, u onu vatru. Come here, fucker. Idiot. Više weakness, force i ove balistike, ja mislim.
Bombreaker ti za njega dušu dom.
Ja, znaš koliko Bombreaker ima municije?
Zavisi s kojom klasom igraš.
S bilo kojom. Poenta brzo se jako potroši. Od svih oružja koje sam probao u igri, znači, bukvalno pojede svu municiju. Čas posle. Znači, mogu da uzem ovo. I treba mi para. Jedno 3000.
3000 ti treba.
Pa... more or
Češ
less.
pesmu da ti otpevam, ne razumijem šta.
Oći, jodluj. Jesi posla njemu pare leveti?
Ne. Evo ti 3300.
Jeste, i nosi se da te ne gledam.
Evo ti još 2000.
No time to dawdle.
No place like home.
All shopped up and ready to go?
Oh, nice. On mali peder koji ima onu foru da postane vidljiv i da pobegne, znaš, gdje se ne
Ma
hila.
znam.
Ali do ako sam, ako imaš sreće da se upali onaj kako se zove onaj Z-time, onda se obično zaletim za njim i pucam nasumično i x puta sam ga izbušio iako je bio nevidljiv. Nahjevao se dobro sve.
Let's add a little urgency, shall we?
Sad specijalke. Gotovi, hovi ga da ne prolongiramo.
Nice.
To je to, brale. To je to, sine, jako.
GG. A viš kad igraš na long onda dobiješ duplo materijala. A dobro.
Pa dobro, ima logike, jebi ga. Glupo da
evo
uđe
je
sad
bilo
lik,
dobro.
razumeš? Ono, na kraju, u zadnjoj rundi uzme sve, apsolutno. Mislim, jebi ga, uzeš šta si uzeo. Pa mislim.
A, zajebam se.
Top. 3 tokena imam u pretplati.
Imat ćeš ti još. A nisu nam dali vikli da je dosta toga XP, znaš?
Vikli sam ovaj završio, da, ali... Da, vikli će tek da bude za dan i 7, dobro. I 17 sati, okej. Treba, brate, da ubaci Berserker klasu, naravno, novu neku mapu, neka nova oružija, ono... Moram danas da probam Silent Hill, vidim da su nešto ubacili, neki boga mi patch je bio 6,5 giga jebote. Kao navodno naš osvetljenje, magla, poradili su dosta kao na tome.
Zašto za Silent Hill?
Silent Hill 2 remake, pa me zanima baš da vidim kako je, navodno su,
Jesi
znaš,
ti igrao
radili...
vanilu uopšte?
Vanilu ne, brate, imamo ovu kupovnu, nije vanila, normalna je.
Ma mislim kad kažem vanila kapiraš što ću ti kažem.
Razumem.
Gear up and get in. It's time, specialists.
A ne, brate. Nemoj me matchmakeo s drugim ljudima, mrzim malo. Htio sam da skupim malo XP da dođem do 20. levela, to mogu sam da odradim. A ubacujem u matchmaking. Ne.
Pa samo isključi.
Moram nazad da se vratim. Kao ono, kad si mi ti gledao da igram i prosi se joinuješ i tipkaš mi na Twitch, ja ti kažem, ja uglavnom igram solo ovako. Mogu brzo da uđem i izađem, znači nemam šta čekam, glupost. Ako ima neko da igra co-op, super, znaš, kao ti, ili recimo da me pita neko od ovih ljudi s kojima sam ranije igrao. Izuzev Milana, ne mogu da pratim njegov, ponavljam, mogu da pratim njegov pas. $168.
Mikica.
On je dobar igrač, ali nabija u stalim članima ekipe tempo koji teško prati.
A pazi ovaj zadnji skin što su dali, svima isti, mislim, toliko je to moglo malo neke varijacije da se urade.
Ne, moglo je, ali...
A mislim, pazi, 6 armora, koliko ima, 7... Specijaliste 7. Apsolutno isti armor. Mislim. Samo da su ubacili kao ovamo u Dead by Daylightu, Deep Rip 1, Deep Rip 2 i druga varijacija tog skina, razumeš? Ok, žuto, tier 2, ali daj brate svima jedno te isto, pa neku varijaciju majku mu jebem na kraju.
Mogu su makar da skratili ofarbaju u drugu nijansu žutu.
To ti kažem. Malo je tu bilo po meni baš onako traljavo. Po meni, mogli su malo više da se potrude zaista za ovaj zadnji. Recimo, po meni, u ovom zadnjem supply dropu, što su uradili su weapon skinove, razbili su. To mi se sviđa.
Misliš te šare i...
Da, stvarno su cool, to su uradili top. To skidam kap. Sve ostalo, me.
Evo ga nam. Sad su svi kritičari, što se ono kaže.
Ali dobro, realno, gledam, kad pogledaš Battle Pass, šta tu vredi, zaista su odradili skinove za oružje top. Zaista dobro. Ma čuti kakav je raspad bio pre 6 mjeseci i sad gledano stvarno dosta bolje.
Da, ali...
No daleko od dobrog, ali dosta bolje.
Gledaj sad, to se zove na prvu loptu, jel da? Kad izgubiš igrača u startu, znaš, teško je sad povući ljude nazad. Kao, sad smo popravili igru.
Jeste. To da.
Znaš kako ta prođe. Ja prođe 2-3 sela i dosta pečeva i kao sad ono otprilike igre, ono što je telo da bude 1-0, sad možemo dalje.
Bravo, slažem se u potpunosti tada. Treba, brate, da hvataš, voži se kuje dok je vrući, sine. Toliko multiplayer igara, baš to, toliko multiplayer igara imaš danas u ponudi, sad će baš neko da, znaš, ono, će hardcore fan, brate, da uzjaše KF3, brate, razumeš? Dajte ljudi, radite na tome ako hoćete malo širu publiku, jevi ga. Nije problem da ja kupim igru bez obzira, mislim šta i igram se još 2 čoveka online, a? Mislim, to nije to. Jel na Major roboti, kaže mi danas, čisto da znam. Moram se pripremiti psihički.
Ima veze s bubama. Navodno su napravili neke tornjeve koji su kao pesticidi, kao... Ima misli da braniš te kule koje sipaju kao otrov po bubama, tako novi Defense Mission, vjerovatno to nisi igrao, nagađam da
nisu.
Nisu loše i sad kao fore, roboti su proširili propagandu kao da to nije uopšte efikasno protiv buba. I mi kao imamo kontrapropaganda misiju da kao idemo i kao... treba da nađemo odakle kao šire te glasine, znaš da, a to su zbijemo.
Dobar je Kev, kakav je bio. Trude se nesrećni kučkini sinovi ili sve, to mislim da je kasno. Oni su startovali, čini mi se, kad smo ja i ti uzeli ono sa 8 mapa, sad već 12 mapa ima, čini mi se. I ubačeno ovo, sve ove izmene koje su mogle da budu u startu. Ne znam što su je pojeli govna s tim. Vezuješ lika za klasu i klasu za specijalnost.
Stari da naprave hero shooter kao, to zove hero shooter kao onaj... Nije Fortnite, nego to zove ona nesretna igra.
Overwatch, vrate.
Da, hero shooter, klasičan, znaš.
Da.
Mislim, to ti je kao da dobiju jedan deo publike koji igra to igru, ali pointa je, neko ko igra Overwatch neće stati da igra ovo. Jer ovo nema PvP, a ljudi igraju, ne igraju da bi pucali u AI ovdje, to je ti što igraju Overwatch. Koliko god ti to zamaskirao da to liči na Overwatch, ti ga neće kupiti sigurno. Kako si se telefonto? O, ja.
Clean headshot. Great aim.
Not so hot now.
Survival instinct is strong.
Čak što više nisu loše ni mape koje su bacili. Sviđa mi se.
Pa dizajn nivoa je okej.
Okej.
Najgora mapa koju su dizajnirali, samo da znaš, ti je upravo ona koju su stavili u beta na City Streets. Ona je najgora mapa koju sam vidio. Zbog mnogo razloga, zato što su darili estetiku kao neku futurizma, to...
Pa oni su pucali na to i sve vreme, vidiš da su i oružja futuristički odrađena, te brat.
Je, i
Oni na to i pucaju, generalno, vidiš.
Narednih 6 oružja koje su stavili sad imaju one kao... Osjećaj kod igraš KF1, ne da igraš KF3.
Da.
Imaš double barrel shotgun, to je ono klasičan shotgun iz šutera. Imaš ove pištolje koji su sasvim normalni pištolji, ne znam.
Pa to i trebaju, ali to su počeli tebe da forsiraju u startu, sam znaš da kakve su startna oružja bila, sve futuristički, vrate. Sad se malo šaraju, ne znaju ni oni šta hoće, znaš, hoće piški, neće piški.
Pa nisu slepi, znaju da pročitaju, ti koji si uglavnom mobilni igrač, pa znaš da otvoriš i Reddit i ovo i pročitaš neku kritiku, razumiješ, a ne oni slepci, razumiješ. Slepč. Aha. Dobro.
Možeš ti to ili ja računam na tebe.
Pa ovo je, igrao sam s vama, ali nikao da mi nije uračunao onu misiju, znaš, stvari.
Ozbiljno?
A da, ne.
Kako to je?
Nemam pojma.
Mi smo odigrali na keca, prvo meni je trebalo generalno prizan i ono sitnice, znaš, ubi ono, gubi ovog, skupi ono. Ništa nije bilo ono gadgetima, znaš, da moram određene klase i sve to. Vidim šta radiš, upravo gledam, kucaš kod nogi, da.
Nije to puno, ali, na primjer, jednom sam tada se pomerimo, da, znaš. I onda mi odradi 10 sekundi cooldowna za onaj pasiv što imam, Gunslinger. I onda mi, kad sljedeći metak mi ne heala 20 health, gratis. I eto ti mic po mic namakneš sebi tipa 50 HP koji ti oduva onaj gad sa značem plamena. Slepč. Oh my god. Bioweapon barrage. Very nice. Onda se ne sjećam da sam sve mu uz ovaj dio mapu.
Čekaj bre, ti vidim ni kampanju nisi prošao još, čovječe.
Aha, ovo je prečica, no? Ma, set skriptovanih misija.
Otvaraš plafon, bukvalno, da. Dole imaš tu turret jedan s leve strane kad padneš.
Mislim da sam to aktivirao.
Tu sam ja bio prošlo, kad si mi rekao da se odvajam. Tu je baš dobro mjesto za štek.
Zavisi da izlaze, odakle iskaču. Ko iskaču samo od ozgo, nije strašno. O. Glupčo.
Najbolje, da. Za čas posla. Ma mnogo brže se ubije, vidiš kako sam ga cine ultim napravio sam mu, jebo sam mu kevu. Useravanje.
Nema tog pištolja koji može brzo da počisti kao ovo. Ne mučim se da pucam s pištoljem. Možda bi uzeo pištolj da ubijem, na primjer, skrejka. Jedna skrejka, ovaj laser. Dugo ti treba da ga ubiješ. Ubije ga, ali... proces je dugo.
Možeš ono da koristiš ventilator, ja mislim, možeš da.
Mogu i ovo da uradim.
Eto ti da turet tu, dole.
Ti vidiš ono što se desilo već pre.
Ne, ali kažem ti, odličan je štek gore, si navlačiš ih, one prolaze dole, štika ih turim dole. Tu imaš armor level. Evo, koristi ga dobro.
Imao sam one lasere tačne na ovom oružju, ali je totalno viška zato što kad držiš snop svejedno vidiš tačno da bije oružje. I onda sam ga zamijenio za ribičistu baterijsku lampu da vidim ove stalkere. Nije da je problem, uglavnom držim snop uključen i one same naskoče na laser i presečih na pola. To je boss sve. Ko dolazi?
Morcroft.
Onda ne treba laser, nego...
On ti je, čini mi se, pičku materinu sonar damage i onaj, evo, piše ti.
Znam.
Strike ti sonar onaj.
Da. Ono ti je explosive ili force damage. To ti je ovo.
Da, force, da. A da, čeče, sve to koristi na maks. Evo ga nesrećnik kučkin sin. Vidiš šta mu radi, čeče, ubija. To. Oh shit.
Ovo je bilo interesantno.
Za malo.
Šta za malo?
Pa da ga... Bravo. Pa kasni stream, znaš.
Centri ga bio, nisam tad komentarišao da znam šta. Ovi ga centri.
Top.
Sad me zanima koliko će para dobiti, pošto sam 20. level, svaki level ti daje po malo para više u startu. I onda mogu da modifikujem startni loadout da je malo skuplji.
Pa da.
Naprimjer mogu da uzmem $200 na budžet još. I onda dođem. Pap. Armory. I uzem nešto za $200. Šta je uzem za $200? 500, kaki, ništa toga. Extended mode.
Dual budget. Budžet.
Pa nego što nego budžet.
Na budžetu.
Ovo nije loš. Ginger snap, muzzle break. Stumble. Equip. A me, šta ti meni pričaš? Na primjer, ja odem na Medic pištolj, ja isto tako imam jeftiniji, ali fora oba radi isto. Oba imaju taj explosive healing, ali ovaj nije unapređen, nešto jeftiniji. On ima samo ovaj plavi attachment, nisam ga puno buđio, samo 1-2 puta. A ovo
Dobro,
što
zbog
mi je
para, okej.
skuplji, zbog onih Aikora koji je ono skup, to ti je u suštini boss resurs. Zato nisam teo.
Ali ovi probaj zadnji skinove, čovječe, malo ih osveži, veruj mi, dobri su u pičku.
Zadnji
Za
skinove?
oružija, pa izaberi ti, ali dobri su.
Moram da uzmem, stavim na oružje, to mi se radi.
A malo refreshu jebi. Paint. Jeste. Jebi ga, treba da stavljaju da ubacuju evente, čovječe, evo te, ja ne znam koji je njima kurac s ovim Killing Floorom, majkima. On je bre bio poznat po eventima, čovječe, non stop neki eventi jebate.
Ma jeli? Samo se probam jednu rundu da vidim.
Survival.
Lako igrat na 20. rundu kada biješ, na primjer, evo ovako. Znači, pa. Ima 2 tačna.
Još to ne vidim ili ja.
Sve super.
Alright, troops, I know you're all aching to get cracking. Up and away, lads.
Ujebote. Brzo to ispucava, čovječe.
Zato je dobar ovaj ulti gdje ti daje 20% municije nazad. Može brzo i bossa da nabije, znaš?
Može bossa da usere, bravo. Da ga usere. Generalno, Gunslinger mnogo moćno može build da se napravi. I treba da naprave berserkere kako treba, znači da bude stvarno ne ninja nego berserker sine. Gdje udari tu zdrava ne ninja.
Ninja dođe samo dosta mobilan, znaš, da nešto
Pa i treba,
puno...
i treba dosta mobilan da bude, to i jeste fore za ninja.
Bacaš shurikene, stun bombe, sa onom sarom duše, sajla ti nije free form, možeš ti da se kačeš baš na šta ti hoćeš. Znaš. Ovo košta $2600, znaš, koliko je jeftino. Imaš discount za svaki attachment na oružje. Ovo košta 4400, umjesto 6000 košta 4400. Wow. Koliko me košta? Ovo košta 500.
Mnogo jeftinije je...
Vidio sam s onim zebancima, s onim pasivima.
Da. Možeš stvarno da se opremiš čudo.
Slično kao komando radi, samo komando radi drugačije. Komando ima flat bonus, ovo ima za svaki mod, a u suštini isto ti dođe, jer kad dođeš do toga stadijima, svi imamo manje više dosta tih resursa. Kad kupuješ custom oružje, gledaš da ti je unapređeno maksu. I to ti dođe taj bonus. Discount. 9 sati 4 minuta.
Jeste.
A šta da radim kad odu prijatelji moji, kad ode djevojka na koju bacam oči? Se zabagao, a jes. Uf.
Si probao onaj jebe mu mater.
Kako se
Na
zove?
Abyssus,
Ne,
kako već.
ne, to je Team Coop igra. Ne planiram da igram sa gomilom random.
Pa vidi da vidim čoveče kako
Ne
izgleda.
interesuje me.
Startuj ga ili ja,
Kad
nesrećniče ja.
neko nabavi, neću da probam. To ti je pandan Deep Rocku. Te timske igre solo ne igram. Isto tako League of Legends, Hunt Showdown, isto u suštini timska igra, mogu solare da igraju, ali dosta je solo.
Ali Ilija.
Nabavi pa ću ja tebe da gledam.
Ali Ilija.
Znam. Loš sam čovjek, generalno. Oh my god.
Danas trebam da aktiviram ključeve za ovaj Montli, nisam ni stigao, brate. Samo su mi skinuli keš.
A šta si dobio, znaš?
Pa nemam pojma, davali su prošli mjesec Sea of Stars, onaj JRPG, 6-7 dobrih, mislim, ništa specijalno u case-u. Sad za ovaj mjesec vidim da daju onaj Like a Dragon, sad već koji kurac mi ga zna. Ninja Kornjača, onaj Shredder, Revenge, ima par naslova baš onako interesantnih.
Shredder Revenge.
Ma, sad nov choice baci oko pa vidi, ne mogu da se setim stvarno koja je
Ja potrebujem da mi daš, kažem ti, ne volim da kupujem bundle gomile igara koje ne bi ni pod razno uzeo, znaš. Ono što mi stvarno hoće da igram, platit ću punu cenu ako mi se igra. Razmažem se. Kako smijem da kupujem igre po punoj ceni? Jest.
Evo, treći bolesnik.
Pa nisam ja bolesnik, to možda Dexter. Ja samo igram normalno.
Dexter treba da se leči pod hitno. Će završi u belu košuljicu.
Šta radi? A to da si mi je rekao da roleplay radi kao žena, mori kreder, to mi je bilo teško da... Jesmo dobili armor? Moramo da pobedimo i treću, a? Pih. Ko si odradio dve od 3, dobijemo kao armor set. Mesa has been liberated from the Cybers Ministry of Truth Strike team, trained to field and handle enemy deformation, secure and destroy all the enemy deformation and dissemination sites which existed. Pawn Show restored citizen confidence in absolute efficacy of the TCS+. Ne da li ne radi. Kao to radi. Ove 3 planete su zaštićene, Fori Prime i Krimsika zaštićene su s tim kao gasom. Znaš, kao u suštini plan je kao da se postave na koridor tih kao planeta s tim gasom okolo ovoga sektora, da se tako suzbije onaj spore cloud. A to što se ovo širi, to ovaj warp, sve veća rupa.
To nema veze.
Nema veze, to ćemo da ignorišemo do zadnjeg dana. O, mama mia. Ovo je free. Ovo je bukvalno free.
Democracy.
Ide u minus sa Resistance-om, znaš? Sam od sebe se oslobađam, mada još nisam vidio. Bukvalno ne moram ni da budem ovdje. Jao, Hellmire. Sam ne znam zašto. To je najbolja planeta što gori. Imaš onaj forum kao na Redditu. Kako se zove? Low sodium Helldivers. Imaš kao Hellmire je opet kao napadnut. I onda kao lik stoji u kao ludačkoj sobi i viče Hellmire. Kao smes kao zid, znaš.
Dobar meme.
Ali mora bi da nađem da ti pošaljem.
Će cepam danas obavezno Helldivers, nisam odavno je. Samo bi trebao da ga odigram na Steam Decku jer tamo mi trebaju ti Warbondovi jevih. Mada i ovdje mi treba za nov, realno. Evo Rift Pass. Koliko ovo još 3 dana Lights Out, dobro. Što se kaže, pa dobro.
Jimmy Autocannon. Pomaži. Sorry guys, I'm looking for autocannon. Tu,
You bastard.
I tu. Će da me iskikuju.
Će ne iskikuju.
Eto ovdje.
Lights out, baby. Killer, killer from Manila. Tu sam za minutu.
Nice.
Marque la position. Au sud-est. Matériel. À 200 mètres. Objectif repéré. Au nord-est. Patrouille ennemie. À l'est. Il me faut une sentinelle. À 100 mètres.
God damn. Samples. Super samples, guys. Wait, no bug. Sorry. It shot at the bug. Pardon, Mr. W1. And they're gonna eat T2. Wait, Stalker Nest. Guys, Stalker Nest nearby. Yeah, I got it. Found it.
Marqueur sur la carte. À l'est, à 300 mètres. Trouvez quelque chose. Note le lieu, à l'ouest.
I'm gonna drop off the super samples at the exfil. can.
Lâche un objet. Balise de ravitaillement déployée.
Leave it here.
Une fausse sentinelle. Il me faut des fortifications. Objectif secondaire proche.
Ne.
Marqueur sur la carte. Il en reste à 200 mètres.
Dobro.
Da.
Yeah, they keep bursting. Thank you.
Rejoins la mêlée. Je demande une flotte. Je le prends. Marqueur sur la position. À l'ouest.
Nice.
Voilà. J'ai besoin de fortifications. Note le lieu. Au sud. À 50 mètres. Je m'occupe du terminal.
Reinforce. I got you. Got you. Watch out. Termite. He left.
Matériel.
Nice.
Marqueur sur la carte. Nord. À 100 mètres.
I hear a charger. Watch out.
Note le lieu. Allez. À 100 mètres. Il me faut une sentinelle. Déploiement de sentinelle. nord-ouest, à 100 mètres.
Coming.
Alors, vous aimez le goût de la liberté?
Can't see shit. Sorry. I'll drop you a car with extra supplies or heals.
Je demande une sentinelle. Là, loin. Merci. Envoyez un mec.
Ball Titan. Get it. Ah, yes.
Balise de ravitaillement déployée. Ennemi lourd, nord-ouest, proche. Ennemi lourd, nord-ouest, proche. Marque la position. Matériel. Tapis pour la super terre. Marqueur sur la carte. Nord, à 100 mètres.
Sorry. I see.
J'ai besoin de fortification. Il faut une sentinelle. L'échantillon récupéré. J'active le terminal. Envoyez un aide.
Merci. Fuck! Can't see shit. Triple termite. Nice.
Alors, vous aimez le goût de la liberté? Demande une sentinelle. Ennemi-nous.
Son of a bitch.
Marque la position. Ennemi-nous. Sud, proche. Ennemi-nous. Sud, proche.
GG.
Merci. Note le lieu. Au nord-est, à 200 mètres. Affirmatif. Note le lieu. À l'est, à 50 mètres. À mon poste d'attaque repéré. Marqueur sur la position. Nord-est. Marqueur sur la position.
Samo mi puko Discord, evo te, koji kurac, evo te. Ili ja.
Ej!
Puka mi
A
Discord,
kako
čovjek.
ja to da znam, čoveče?
Mm.
Šta hoćeš? Da pričam sam sa sobom,
Ja pričam sa sobom, jel?
Hoćeš ja da pričam
To
sam sa
lepo.
sobom, da bi ti osjećao bolje, šta?
Pa ne bi bilo loše malo.
Mm. Nice. Thank you, Arrowhead, thank you.
Thank you, Arrowhead. I love you all.
Can we have more plans? Negative. Yep.
Négatif. Marque la position. Bien goûté à la démocratie. Note le lieu. À l'ouest.
No.
Ilija, ali imaš Netflix?
Slavko, nemam ja vremena za to. Nemam vremena
Kako nemaš, čovječe?
nemam vremena
Moraš to ovo da pogledaš.
da plaćam govno.
A jebi ga sad.
Kako ti objasnim? Što me zanima, ili ću da pogledam na YouTube ili ću da skinem free. Jer, slušaj, nije stvar u tome da platiš nešto da gledaš. Stvar u tome što nemaš sve dostupno na svakom servisu, svaki film, svaku seriju.
Da.
Šta da? Šta da? Znači uzmi,
Meni je
recimo...
dovoljno ovo što ja imam na
Važi.
Netflixu.
Ono što ti praktično oni su stavili onda da gledaš.
Meni to dovoljno.
Dobro. Samo kažem. To što mogu da skinem s torrenta ili pogledam na YouTube-u, to i meni dosta. Aha. Nice.
Aha, ide gas.
I sense money.
Objet de grande valeur.
No.
Pardon.
No.
Pardon.
Requisition. Pih.
Pih.
Ptuj!
Marqueur sur la carte. À l'ouest. Loin.
Top.
Yeah.
Max.
It will randomly throw you out of the car. I heard that's a bug. To su mi pričali...
Ladies and gentlemen. Da?
To su mi pričali ljudi s kojima sam igrao. Amaze i ovi ostali teammate. Kao da jednostavno nekad voziš s autom i samo ti izbaci.
Svašta.
Bug. Jebem.
Bug.
Bullet, čekaj.
Bug. Danas su me naguzili Ilija, a obećao sam.
Da?
Ću da im spremam, ću da spremam u tortilje one, znaš, pileće belo s azijskim začinima, tako te neke gluposti. Pa eto, danas ću morati da se kecam, sam sebi skačem. Ali nema veze, volim ja. Slobodan sam konačno i danas i sutra. Let's get ready to rumble.
Grenade, right there.
Netflix.
What a piece of shit. Go. Thanks. Move it.
Bloc de gueule. Nord-ouest. À 100 mètres.
Whoop that trick.
Demande de ravitaillement. Il faut une meilleure puissance de feu. Matériel. Marqueur sur la carte. Nord, à 100 mètres.
Oh!
Je demande une extraction. Nord, à 100 mètres.
I see. No problem. Through the fire and flames, we carry on, guys. God damn. Jesus! The fuck? Help! Leon!
Whoop that trick. Ovaj dokumentarac Unreal o ovim catcherima je top, brale, svaka preporuka, majke. LA.
There is one butthole left.
Butthole?
bug hole. Nemoj da... Don't twist my words, man. Aaaaaaau! Nice. Very nice. Only I could see the fucking hole. I see.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Nemam ja ništa protiv tih, kako se zovu, rvača. Imam protiv ljudi koji gledaju, razumeš, tripuju da je to kao, znaš, ono, realistično.
Ma daj bre, to je čista predstava totalna, jebate, da li su ljudi... To je bre...
Zabava.
Industrija zabave, bravo.
Ljudi su glumci, to je jako dobri glumci.
Naravno.
Ali je to ono što... Treba da kažem, dobar da ljudi ne znam.
Nek pogledaj Unreal, odlično je, znači dokumentarac je fenomenalan. Sve to ima lepo da vide, u stvari šta je, WW. GG.
Nice sample.
Lâche un objet, échantillon. Balise de ravitaillement déployée.
Demande d'extraction confirmée. Navette en approche.
À l'ouest.
My god. Oh my god.
Oba fan je stigao.
GG.
Affirmatif. Matériel. Marque la position à 53.
What a piece of shit. It's not enough ammo for these assholes. Do we even have enough bullets to kill them? Charger. He's doing a breakdance, look at him. Watch out, termite.
Marque le point d'extinction.
Décompte initialisé. On attend du décollage. Extraction terminée. Pélican 1 débute son ascension.
Ale, jebem šta je buba. Kud baš ova kancerogena planeta da bude infestovana bubama. Čovjek bi pomislio, pošto su to spor, brz bube, da planeta koja stalno imaš vatrna tornada da bi ih vatra zatrla već. Ne,
Pa, realno. Ali ne.
Logike bez. GG. Sad jebete, što des.
Alerte prioritaire. Le destroyer allié a quitté l'escouade.
Bienvenue, Eldiver. C'est un plaisir.
Allié a quitté l'escouade. Propulseurs orbitaux engagés. Orbite.
Što je prošao ono za XP? Da dižu XP kao globalni level u igri na 300.
I?
Ništa je tako, ovo si 300.
Le destroyer allié a rejoint l'escouade. Propulseurs orbitaux engagés. Orbite synchronisée.
I would say first turn on the power.
Ici?
Yeah, it's fine.
Pourquoi pas là?
Le destroyer allié a rejoint l'escouade.
Moj brat roka, da eskalator, to ti je onaj granatni lancer što ispalja one električne. A nosi light armor. Imam sam sebe da zatuče. Inače, mogu da te one shotuju kakav god armor da nosiš, a sa light garantovan ubiraš. Imaš onaj scout armor koji ima 50%. Resistance na fire, acid i arc kao taj lightning, ali ima 50 HP. I s njim bi bilo pitanje da možda preživiš taj lance. I don't know where they go. Blitzkrieg pop.
J'ai besoin de fortification. Il faut une sentinelle. Demande de véhicule. Cherchement d'une arme de soutien. Marqueur sur la carte. À l'ouest, à 200 mètres.
I think I hear a charger, guys. Watch out.
Marque la position.
Može da? Bridge. Bridge indeed. Wait, is that the money? It is the money. Look, guys, money.
Here comes the money.
Thanks.
Money.
Super.
Merci. Affirmatif. Bloque le lieu. Au sud-ouest, à 100 mètres. Demande de frappe orbitale. Affirmatif. Pardon. J'ai besoin de fortification. Marqueur sur la position, au nord. Il faut une sentinelle. Note le lieu, au nord-ouest, à 200 mètres. J'active le terminal. Colis reçu, affirmatif.
I got the package. No. Power.
Marque la position, au nord-est. Annulez-moi.
Roger that.
Marqueur sur la carte.
By the way, I can drop off package on the main objective. I'll be back.
Affirmatif. Affirmatif. Merci. Envoyez un aigle.
I'll be back.
Un tunnel rempli d'insectes.
La liberté est éternelle.
Demande de soutien aérien. Marque la position, d'insectes, au nord-ouest.
Oh,
Colis envoyé. Colis
The
reçu.
Macho Man.
Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yes.
There goes my frame rate.
À l'ouest, à 50 mètres. J'engage l'ennemi. Je prends. Je demande une sentinelle.
Package on site.
Colis envoyé. Affirmatif. Bloc de jeu. Au sud. Loin. Demande de soutien aérien. Il me faut des fortifications. Je demande une sentinelle.
Déploiement de sentinelle.
Envoyez un aigle.
Kako mrzim ovo govno.
Marqueur sur la carte. Au sud-est, à 200 mètres. Avant-poste d'insectes. Grenade! Qui veut une tasse de liberté?
I ide ga.
Avant-poste d'insectes repéré. Bloc de jeu, au sud, à 300 mètres. Marqueur sur la carte. Nord-est,
Okay, we can proceed with that.
Marqueur sur la carte. À l'ouest, à 100 mètres.
TNT, TNT.
Demande de soutien aérien. Balance une grenade.
Get back, get back.
J'ai besoin de fortification. Je demande une réanimation.
Thanks.
Merci.
By the way, there is a charger next to us, D2. Watch out.
Pour la prospérité. J'ai besoin de force. Il faut une sentinelle. Je demande une réanimation.
Did you need gear? I can pick your samples.
Requête approuvée. Renfort envoyé.
À l'ouest, marque la position. J'active le terminal. Réanimation.
Well, everybody's here. Guys, wait for the main objective. I'll go back there for samples.
Merci.
Just defend.
Affirmatif. Envoyez un aigle. Insecte. Merci.
Some retarded bug hiding.
M'occupe du terminal. Il faut une meilleure puissance de feu. Arme de soutien. Arme de soutien.
Free sniper.
Bloc de gueule. Au sud, à 300 mètres.
Alex
Bloc de gueule.
Moderat.
Au sud, à 300 mètres.
Welcome to my channel.
Wipe.
Occupe
Wipe
du
it.
terminal.
Want me to do it?
J'active le terminal. Pardon.
Easy.
Rendez-vous au point d'extraction. Sur la carte, à 300 mètres.
Oh no. Steam. It's a fucking helmet. Sorry. We just clip the fire. Here, samples. Oh, bugs. Not good. Oh god. Two. Nice. Get to the bunker. Get in. Open it. W1. Well, about that. Got it.
Evil laugh.
Pa zato što mogu da se snađem u sekundi. I evi ga, dok god me ne juri 50 buba, kao što je prošli put bilo. To su nadrogirane, propisne. Nice. Oh no, you won't. Shit. Okruženo. Okružen je Beno, nemaš?
Marqueur sur la carte. J'en reste à 50 mètres.
Nice, you did. Watch out, Steam. Anyway.
Ajde, pustimo klimu polako da krenemo da se ladimo. Jer tako smo u mogućnosti.
Oh my god.
munitions!
À l'ouest, à 100 mètres.
Il me faut une sentinelle!
Jesus Christ.
Book that trick. Book that trick.
Pour la super terre! Note le lieu.
Let's go.
Envoyez un aigle!
Ide gaz.
Demande de véhicule! J'ai besoin de fortification!
I don't wanna run while these bugs are running behind me.
Suivez-moi! Je marque la position.
Yeah, there is a bunker.
Note le lieu.
Yep. Correct.
Marqueur sur la position, à l'ouest.
I was trying to tell you. And that's a sniper's arc and medal.
Affirmatif.
Run fast.
Allez, Moussa!
Guys, I don't want to tell you this, but
Affirmatif. Affirmatif. Suivez-moi.
okay, sure.
Affirmatif sur la carte. Allez. Wow.
I will go back, but he was just standing there. It's not a problem, but he showed no intention to move. Look at him.
Affirmatif.
Oh god. Holy cow. No, don't. Reinforce him at the exit. Don't. We'll reinforce you at the exit. Wait a minute, buddy. You'll fight it at the exit. We're gonna leave you to defend it if you can. Oops. Yeah, you were fine. No. Wait for the exfil. We're going to the blue light. No, don't spam it. It's not gonna be any faster. Wait, goddammit. You reinforce him now. Throw him. Yeah, there you go. You're now safe. Safe-ish. All good.
Il me faut des fortifications. Je demande une sentinelle.
This was the only way to get you to the exit.
Affirmatif. Avant-poste d'affaires. Je demande une arme de soutien. Demande de soutien aérien.
Vous pouvez commencer l'extraction dès que possible.
Marqueur sur la carte. Nord-ouest, à 100 mètres. J'ai besoin de fortifications. Orbital imminente. Envoyez un aigle. Marqueur sur la position. Emilio, au sud-est.
He's fine, see?
Réanimation.
Stalker. Stalker C. Watch out.
Marque la position. Ennemi lourd, au nord-ouest.
Avant-poste éradiqué.
Ennemi lourd, au nord-ouest. Proche.
There is clearly a stalker nest somewhere. I will. I'll try to drive around. See where they are. Here? No. Negative.
Trouvez quelque chose.
I think I got it. Let me see.
Avant-poste de cavalerie détruit. Arrivé dans 1 minute et 30 secondes.
Yeah. Got one. GG.
Bloc de lieu, au sud, à 100 mètres. Au nord-ouest, à 50 mètres.
Arrivé dans 30 secondes.
GG.
Arrivé dans 20 secondes.
Fuck.
Arrivé dans 10 secondes. Évacuez la zone d'atterrissage.
Meilleure puissance de feu. Ennemi lourd, à l'ouest, sur ma position.
Oh god damn it.
En cours d'atterrissage. Donnez la position.
Requête approuvée. Renfort envoyé.
Affirmatif, donnez la position. Montrez-moi mes ennemis. On marque le point d'extraction, au sud-ouest.
Roman Reigns.
J'ai besoin de fortification. Il me faut des sentinelles.
Invisible fire. GG.
Donnez la position. Marqueur sur la carte, à l'ouest, à 100 mètres. Marqueur sur la carte, au nord-est, à 100 mètres. Affirmatif.
No, negative. We didn't found them. I don't know where they are.
Affirmatif. Lâche un objet.
Sorry. Sorry for the gas.
Pardon. Matériel.
Marqueur sur la position.
La liberté de nos jamais.
Laisse tomber.
Demande de soutien aérien.
Hélico 1 Paris.
Very convincing.
Lancement de la navette dans 20 secondes. Extraction terminée. Hélico 1 débute sur l'ascension. La victoire était assurée.
Ide gasine. Ide gas.
Tih. Još jedno gnezdo ovih stalkera. Nesretnici.
Nesretnici.
Šta da ti kažem? Obrisao sam instant sa telefona Viber. Prvo, telefon je star. Čim krenem da mi šalju poruke i govna sa Vibera, onaj video, smiley, ona govno počne da skida, vuče saobraćaj, da se usporava s telefon. I... Što? Kako što? Što želim me svaka budala cima na jebeni Viber.
Pa dobro,
kako što?
imaš cimanje onda...
Kako što? Jer ti treba moj broj telefona? Postoji ti moj prijatni broj telefona, zovi me. Preko Vibera nemojte me kontaktirati.
Vidim da dobio sam tvoj.
Odmah sam ga obrisao.
A nisam te cimao.
Kuma mi isto poslao neki smiley, neku poruku, vjerojatno kao hi ili tako nešto, odmah sam obrisao.
Propulseurs orbitaux engagés. Orbite synchronisée.
Thank you. This is easy.
Lancement initié.
Go report yourself to the democratic officer. All good, man. All good.
Demande de véhicule. Affirmatif. Sentinelle, à l'est.
Watch for that. Not like that. Not like that. GG. Charger. Yeah, it is kinda tight. Not gonna lie. Shoot, 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 shoot. So you have to reload main cannon between each shot manually. We're almost done. Yeah. Shoot the main cannon to the mouth.
Proche.
Nice. Dance, bug, dance.
Marque la position. Ennemi-nous, sud-ouest.
San Fernando.
Okay, that's it, we're done.
Ici Pélican 1, préparation à l'atterrissage.
J'ai besoin de fortification. Marque le point d'extraction. Demande de ravitaillement.
Push, watch for the mine. Yeah,
Marqueur sur la poignée du moteur. Pardon.
watch for that. Yep, that's a mine. Yeah, red mine.
Marque le point
No,
d'extraction.
no, I'm good. Thank you.
Merci.
I gotta go to work soon.
Pélican 1 paré à décoller. Lancement de la navette. Extraction terminée. Pélican 1 débute son ascension.
Nouvelle victoire pour les gentils de l'histoire.
Thanks. Good. Ay, 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 ay.
La liberté l'emporte.
My planet needs me. Good luck, gentlemen. Da-da-da-da. 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 10:22. Idem nešto da čitam. Čujemo se sutra.
Ajde,
Posle na
ajde.
posao. U zdravlje.